to the Zhuhai International Circuit in China. We're back here for the first time in 4 years. The last time we were here was in 2019 for the Asia Road Racing Championship. Here we are now for round 5, the penultimate round for the 2023 season. Now here's a little bit of a throwback to what happened the last time we were here in Zhuhai in Underbone 150s in race 1. The winner was from Philippines, McKinley Kyle Paz, and in race 2 was Akiraziz, who was just recently crowned champion of the Premier Class of the Petronas Malaysian Cup Prix, and he'll be coming here with great spirits. Falling into the AP 250s was Rapid Topan, who won both race 1, race 2. In the Supersport 600, it was the two strong Malaysians, Adam Noureddin and Kasma Daniel, and in the ASB 1000s, it was Zakwat Zaidi in race 1 and Brock Parks in race 2. This time round here, in round 5 at the Zhuhai International Circuit this season, we're going to have some potential title deciders all the way throughout the categories. In the likes of the TVS Asia, Wame, can Vorpong continue a strong string of performances, or will there be a hard charge from Hiroki Ono to try and disrupt the championship fight a little bit? In the AV250 class, it will be a battle between the Astro Hondas. Will Reza finally get the championship and just take it away? And if we look at the Underbones 150, Nazrul Izzat, this is his opportunity now to try and secure the Underbone 150 title. He's been absolutely dominant this season, and it's going to be really interesting. And in the Supersport 600s, that will be interesting. Khairul Idham Pawi, can he finally secure it and just finish it off? And for the ASB 1000s, it's Marcus Reiterberger. It's his opportunity on the BMW to try and make it a strong, dominant 2023 for him to finally finish off a season here at the ARRC Championship. So for now, we can see all the bikes. They're getting ready to go out. It's a beautiful sunny morning here at the Zhuhai International Circuit, and we're going to go right underway. See you up there.
And let me add my greetings to everybody joining us for this first practice session for round 5 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is Barry Russell in the studio. Daniel will be joining me shortly on the turns from the roof. This is the AP250s who will open proceedings for today. We are absolutely delighted to be back in the People's Republic of China after an absence of 4 years, or if you adjust for COVID time, 2 years, because we did miss 2 seasons. The rider going out there on your screen, the number 123, is Reza Danica Arens, the championship leader and the 2018 champion. So an absolute master of this class. You see a little bit of mist hanging over the circuit here. It's a lovely cool morning here in southeast China. We're in Guangdong province, not far from the island of Macau. Yeah, just a little haze there, but conditions on track look really good, and you can see the blue skies. We've got a good forecast for the weekend, so we're hoping for some nice dry racing. And as we watched one of the Bunsu Honda bikes just run off there, take a look at the circuit, because what you can see is that there is, at most of the turns, there is a grass begins the runoff before it goes into the gravel. So of course when you hit the grass on a motorcycle traveling at speed, it accelerates. So the riders will need to be a little bit careful to stay within the track limits. So this Zhuhai circuit is pretty fast. There's a lot of long straights and hard braking and sharp turns, which makes for good racing. We had really good racing here last time. That was Herjan Atner, the challenger in the championship standings currently, the number 46, who ran off there. No harm done on the grass. Another rider trying the grass out in the background as well. So, but I had a walk and a run, because I was taking videos at the same time around the circuit yesterday afternoon, and the conditions, the grass is nice and dry. And so we've got the Hondas running out here. They are the probably the fastest bikes for Astra Honda, and this is a speed circuit. Reza Danica leading the number 41 machine there, which is one of the Boonsiu Hondas. That's of Irfan Haikal. So he's getting himself into good company. Daniel Bogas has joined me now.
That's right. Great to be in the commentary box.
Welcome back from the roof. And there's somebody else just trying out some braking markers.
I think that's Irfan Haikal. That's just gone off the...
Irfan is the other one.
Sorry, I see that would be the likes of Idlan Hakimi.
Yeah. Yeah, that was Idlan. So yeah, a few of these riders finding their way onto the grass in the early stages. But like I said, the grass is nice and dry. So nothing too much to worry about. These early exploratory speeds that the riders are on. And speaking of speeds, let's take a look at the what we were looking at last time in terms of lap times. We were looking at lap times in the 154s. So this is very early stages, the first 5 minutes. A lot of the riders either haven't been here before or haven't been here for a long time. The rider here with the most successful experience is actually Irfan Ardiancia, who appeared on both podiums last time. He qualified in 2019, when I'm talking about last time. He qualified third on the front row. He finished third in race 1 and second in race 2. And he seems pretty pumped for this race. That's one of the wildcard riders. Just went through there. I just missed his name, but let's call him Gao for now. It's good to see several local wildcards here. We've had Ni Tian in all season as a Chinese representative in this class. And we spoke to him yesterday. He's looking forward to this weekend. And there's the young Indian that's come into Honda Racing India this season, Kevin Quintal. Number 50, but first time here for him, for sure. And Aiki Iyoshi, who's got some... who's had a few miles in around Zhuhai International Circuit.
Yeah, Aiki Yoshi would be looking to try and get a bit of a pickup this time around in Zhuhai. He's been decent all season, but it's just been tough on the Kawasaki to try and fend off the Astra Hondas.
Yeah, and Aiki Yoshi doesn't seem to be blessed with the best of racing luck either. We know he's a really quick rider. Urgent's just gone to the top. Let's take a look at his... Oh! Somebody tumbled off at speed.
It certainly looked like an Astra Honda, but not too sure. I think, yeah, that's Reza Danica.
Yeah. So early tumble for Reza, that's surprising. And you just saw the effect then when he ran off. He hit the grass, and then that makes you go faster before you hit the gravel. So it does make the gravel trap experience a lot more dramatic. Hopefully not too more painful, but that bike's going to need to go in. He's hammering away at the clip-ons. There is Irfan Ardiancia, number 16 on the Kawasaki, with that distinctive pink helmet, followed by Aiki Yoshi, his teammate, and the number 33, which is number 33 is Liu Chunmei, the rider from Taipei. So 3 riders on the Moto Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki's. They should go well around here. Irfan Ardiancia described it as a very unique bike yesterday in terms of its characteristics. Irfan, when he last rode here on 250s, was an Astra Honda rider. And he definitely feels like he's got a point to prove with his former team. He's an aggressive rider. He enjoys hard racing. He's accompanied there by Jakrapat Putisan, the Honda Racing Thailand rider, who's joined Mukladar Sarapach, who again's got some fast form around here, although, as I remember, she had a crash or an incident back in 2019, last time around, but Muqtada always a threat. And then Irfan in the press conference yesterday was talking about enjoying the heat of competition. He grinned broadly, and equally broadly grinning broadly was Muqtada. So I think that tells you something about what we can expect this weekend. But for now, it's her teammate, Chakrapat, chasing Irfan Ardianshah.
Early on, the timing-wise, it looks like Irfan really doing great work here with Aiki. Astra Honda's not as dominant, but then again, it's early days, just been the past few minutes. And we know the Astra Honda team, they will always bring something special when it comes to race day.
Absolutely, and that tumble for Razor early in FP1 isn't going to affect anything this weekend, I wouldn't have thought.
Here's Veda Ega, who's been really good at the Honda Asia Talent Cup. He's been really strong there. So he's coming off a good feeling now into this round 5.
Yeah, real precocious talent. Another one coming through the Astra Honda system. Hergen has really earned his spurs this season. He's won the last 3 races. So he's the form rider in the Astra Honda camp, and indeed the AP250 camp.
You can see Ferozi there, as well as Wahyu. They're both just chasing behind the Astra Hondas. I think it's a bit wise, trying to see where the Hondas are strong around this Zhuhai circuit and try and pick up a few points here and there.
Yeah, the Yamahas have found a little bit more speed in the last few races. There's some regulatory changes because they were clearly at a disadvantage. But the management of the regulations is dynamic in this class by the ARRC technical team, and they've just about put them on par with the Hondas and Kawasaki's. But Ferozi, as you speak, Daniel, jumped to number 1. He's got a best time of 1:53.314. I was talking about 1:54s earlier. Back then, they were not running on slicks, and they are now, so that will make a difference. And Ferozi's time, 1:52.601.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the regulatory changes for the Yamahas have really helped them a lot. You almost wish it came earlier so we could see a bit more battles from the start, but it's come now, and I think they'll really enjoy this last 2 rounds that we have.
Yeah, and it's good to see riders of the talent of Ferozi and Wahyu Nugroho coming through and competing with the Astra Hondas. So who haven't we seen yet? We haven't seen Muqtada Sarapich out yet.
Cal Vietnam as well, he hasn't come out.
Yeah, Cal Vietnam told me confidently yesterday that he was, he was looking for a win. Sorry, Daniel.
No, I was a bit shocked with the routine.
You were shaking with the bike there.
Yeah. It was really close up between Hergen and Ferozi. And now, yeah, they come around now. You can see the Yamaha is really pushing on forward. A bit of a look there. Oh, Hergen not quite happy with what happened there.
Yeah, but it's important for Ferozi and Wahyu to gauge where they are against those Astra Hondas in terms of speed, corner exit, because there's, and of course here on the brakes, it's very much a stop and go circuit. Veda Ega currently 2nd, very close. Oh, what are we looking at here? Oh, it's my laps monitor moving around a little bit. Okay, let's look on the screen there. So it's Ferozi, Veda Ega and Tanapat currently in 2nd for Honda Racing Thailand.
You were mentioning earlier Cal Vietnam looking for a win, for victory. And I had the pleasure of seeing him at the Malaysian Superbike Championship, where he was racing for the Honda 250 RR Challenge Championship. And yeah, he bagged his first win there. And yeah, he was really, really happy.
That would
Sorry, so his first pole position.
First pole position. That would explain why he was pumped and looking confident. But we've seen some great performances in the past in the Asia Talent Cup. We know he's got it, and he's on the latest version of this 250 Honda CBRR. So, yeah, let's see what he can do. He's been really consistent. I think he's had one DNF this season, just without checking the stats, because he was so good. I think last time out he had a DNF.
Yeah, it was so impressive because last season we saw them slowly starting to catch a few points. And then this time round, Cao Vietnam really finding himself in the top 10 quite often. And I think it was last round where we saw him nearly fighting into the top 5s, and it was really good. It's a really good showing from the Honda Vietnam. I think it's great to see that they're finding improvements here and there.
Yeah, he really is a good torchbearer for the Vietnamese riders. There are several now in this championship, and he's setting them a really fine example. Currently 8th in the standings, but scored in every round except round 2, race 2 in round 4.
We've got Tanat Long Pliao, who's just gone up to the top there. So he leads the way for the first practice session for the AP 250s currently. These 4 riders still going on at it. They've done 6 laps each.
Yeah, this is a productive session for those riders. Different teams, different bikes, but they're helping each other along at this stage. I'm sure Vida Egger Pratama won't have been here before. He's just not old enough.
Yeah, back in 2019, I think Veda would have been just about 9 years old.
Yeah, maybe. Just look a little bit further down the order. Actually, further down the order is Hergen. He's currently 8th.
Yeah, it's interesting. The top 4 that we were looking, well, not top 4, but the 4 that we were looking at just now, they seem the fastest of the bunch, but now it's all just a bit more spread out.
Yeah, and as we do look down the order, let's give a shout out to Zhuhai Chemsap, who's currently 15th on the timing screen. Now, if you're a regular watcher of ARRC, you might remember the final round of last season, race 2. It started a wet race. One rider went out on slicks, the track dried out, and he won. It's the veteran Zhuhai Chemsap. He's not a small rider. He's a bit big for 250s. I mean, he looked a bit big for a superbike back then, but he's lost a bit of timber. What was going on there, Daniel?
Yeah, Tanat nearly just went on the grass, just lost focus for a second, but luckily brought it back up.
Yeah, and that was in pit lane, or on the entry to pit lane.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Zhuhai, yeah, what a performance that was last season. What a way to cap off the 2022 season with him getting a victory. But the 250 is definitely going to be a challenge for him. Height-wise is already a disadvantage for him.
Sure. And while he has lost some of that timber he was carrying in Buriram last season, he's I mean, he's just he's not a small rider.
Yeah.
He used to race GP 125s. He's done just about every class that's ever been run in ARRC. And just one of these really talented riders that will just jump on anything and ride the wheels off it. He works, I mean, he's with the East NJT team. Normally he's a rider coach, but as one of their riders is currently not fit, he said, yeah, okay, I'll do it.
These 4 riders here once again, Veda, Hergen, Farouzi and Wahyu all coming down to pit lane. So far we still haven't seen anything from Muklada, leaving it quite late actually, so we've got just under 12 minutes left. Muklada and Cao Vietnam both not coming out yet.
Yeah, it's Nguyen Duc Tan, another of the Vietnamese riders, one making his way in the sport, number 193, you can see there on your screen. He's got Idlan Hakimi behind him for Bunsiu Honda. Yeah, no time yet for Muqtada. And it is those two Indonesian Yamahas, Ferozi and Wahyu Nugroho, who are number 1 and 2 at the top of the timing screens at the moment. The times are 1:51.663, so significantly faster. And what we've been wondering about is the condition of the track. I'm not sure how much grip there is there. The riders will be doubtless testing it out, but these times look pretty decent. The media boss here was telling me yesterday that the track gets a lot of use for running in and testing electric vehicles, which is no surprise given the surge in electric vehicle use in China. As you walk around and as you ride in taxis and so on, it feels like you're living in the future because everything's just kind of swooshing around and quiet and perfect.
It feels like we've skipped a few centuries and gone into Star Trek.
That's right. And China have just licensed their first non-piloted flying taxi for testing. So yeah, welcome to the future. Nguyen Duc Tan currently on a best lap of 1:56. Irfan Haikal. Oh, sorry, that's Irfan Ardiancia. 1:52.6, so he's the second off the best time of Ferozi. So I don't think there's much here that's going to tell us a great deal about what we can expect from the racing, but it's a good session for these riders to get used to the track. For Reza Danica to perhaps revise his braking markers. One thing I noticed from talking to Irfan yesterday was admiration for Reza Danica. He really is a shining light, a mentor for so many Indonesian riders.
Yeah, Reza is just such a mature rider when he's on track, and you can really see in the results. He's always been consistent. So remember last season he was just absolutely taking away the results up until an error in race 1 in Sepang, where he went down, I think it was in turn 11. And other than that, it was almost a near perfect season for him. And he's really just quite the example for the Indonesian riders. I think it's great that they look up to him.
Yeah, yeah, that was clear from talking to Herjun yesterday, who's the form rider here, and he said it feels strange to him in a way because he always looked up to Reza Danica, and now he's on track with him and they're competing for this championship.
I think it's quite the feeling when you're able to contest your idol or your mentor, and yeah, I think Herjun's definitely feeling great about that.
Yeah. Vietnam we were talking about, currently 12th. 3.5 seconds off the best time.
Liu Chunmei actually doing decently, 3.1 seconds off the top, but 11th in the timings currently.
Yeah, I think that time was set. He was running with Irfan and Aiki Yoshi earlier. That would have helped him. You can just see the city of Zhuhai in the background. It's a popular city, as I've been hearing on WeChat from some of the followers that I have on there. Oh, you're in Zhuhai, that's a beautiful city. Or, yeah. Okay.
A bit of disagreements there going on at pit exit. Does look like a little bit of a tight spot for the riders when they come out of the pit exit, so they will have to look over the shoulder. Just make sure when they're going out. Ooh!
Yeah, and that's a little shake for Irfan Haikal.
That was nearly a big one for him.
Yeah,
he managed to save that quite well.
Yeah, Irfan Ardianshik and Aiki Yoshi coming out. And I saw one of the East NJT bikes coming as well. I wasn't not sure which one that was. 6 minutes back on the clock, so looks like Irfan and Aiki are going to try something else. There's Kevin Kintel for Honda Racing India. Let's just take a look and see where he is in. He's currently 17th, so he's about 3.5 seconds off the best time. But as I mentioned earlier, this is a first visit to Zhuhai International Circuit for Kevin, so he needs to find his way around. Body language looks quite aggressive on the exit to the final turn. It's quite a long run to the finish line here from the final turn, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that affects the finishing positions in classes like this, and of course the underbones, and plenty of bikes running wide there. It was Idlan, I think, that ran wide that time. Probably his second trip onto that patch of grass, actually.
Yeah, it seems that this last turn is quite intimidating. I think a lot of the riders, they think they can use more rolling speed than they actually can. So the last lap battle there, as you mentioned, it's a long run down to the line, and they will all be fighting for that extra few kilometers of power coming out there. So definitely some are going to run wide, some are going to bump into each other. It will be quite the fight.
And it is quite a fast run. You come through turn 11, which is a loop, into turn 12, and then there's a long straight with a left-hand kink before you get to turn 14. And turn 14 is quite an open curve, so that would explain why riders are perhaps coming in there a bit too hot. Somebody else just did that as well. Number 82 there is Zhuhai Chemsap. Let's have a look at him on that 250 Honda. He's just behind these two. There he is.
He's managing to make himself look quite streamlined on the 250, so
yeah,
he's doing quite good.
Yeah, he's such a clever rider. And if it rains, well, you wouldn't put the podium past him.
Definitely, I will be excited to see if that happens, if we have a 50-50 situation once again. Definitely expect him to take the gamble and really fight up to the top.
Yeah, the two Kawasaki's got out of his way then. Perhaps they didn't appreciate being followed by the veteran Thai rider. But he won't worry, he'll find his way around here. Yeah, those leathers look quite loose on him. So he has been in the gym. Good for him.
For now, it's just a nice, cool morning, cool sunny morning here at Zhuhai. Just 2.5 minutes left in practice one for the EP 250 class. Following Zhuhai now.
1 second, covering the quickest 7 riders. But those two Yamahas are at the top, which we wouldn't normally have expected Yamahas on a speed circuit like this to have got that advantage. So that's an interesting start to proceedings for sure.
Zhuhai improving his time there by nearly half a second. Remains in 18th position for now.
There is Hergen. You could see there, just as he stuck his leg out under braking, that he's another tall rider in this class. I was talking about that with Irfan Ardiancia yesterday, and he said the bike's actually, the Kawasaki's actually quite comfortable, but because he's taller, he's heavier, and he sees that as something of a disadvantage. So after they complete this lap, I think they've just gone round turn 11 maybe. Let's take a look. The bike at the front of that group there. The number 94 is Warwick Tongnopakun, the Thai rider for East NJT. Very decent rider himself, formerly with Honda Racing Thailand, the official factory team from Thailand. Now in this this really slick, professional, well-resourced East NJT team, who are running 3 bikes in this class, and they're running in super bikes as well. So they've been a great addition to the paddock. They were in with 1 bike last year, loved it, and now they've got 4 or possibly even 5 machines competing in ARRC. There's Warwick, his teammate and mentor Zhuhai just behind him, the number 82. There he is. Aiki Yoshi leading Irfan Ardiancia. Checkered flag is going to come out now to end this session. So this will be the last flying lap for this bunch of riders, although I don't think there's going to be any big changes to the top. And as I say that, Vida Egger has just put in a 1:51.4 to go 25 hundredths of a second quicker than Ferozi. So Astra Honda pride is restored at the top of the timing sheets in the closing stages. And there is Hergen. He might have something to say about this. Hergen currently half a second down on his best time from his younger teammate. Warwick chasing him in East NJT Honda. And there is the number 89 Yamaha of Wayu Nugroho. Reza Danica 1, 2, 3 had that early crash at turn 14, the final turn, when he ran off, but he's back out on track, but not with enough time to make an impression on the timing screens for this free practice 1. So those 3 riders go across the line for the final time. So it looks like first honours go to Vida Egger Pratama of Astra Honda, with Ferozi Torakatuli and Wahyu Nugroho just behind him. And there's one of the ARRC's legendary photographers out on track. There's been a few snakes spotted out at some of the photography points there, but hopefully Shazli won't be bothered by them. Let's have a look at the results there. So, first honours, as I said, go to Vida Egger Pratama, the young Astra Honda rider, 1:51.4. Next up, 1:51.653 for Ferozi Torakatula, his teammate for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, Wahyu Nugroho in third. Fourth, Hergen Atna Firdaus for Astra Honda, Jakrapat Putisan for Honda Racing Thailand. Sixth, Tanat Long Pliao, also for Honda Racing Thailand. Reza Danica came back, he didn't get many laps in to finish 7th. Irfan Ardiancia in 8th, 1:52.6 for him. And in 9th, Kao Vietnam, 1:52.7 was his best time. Aiki Yoshi for Motor Sniper Manual Tech was 10th. 11th, Warwick Tongnopakun for East NJT. Idlan Hakimi for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. 12th. 13th, Kevin Quintal. 14th, Nguyen Duc Tan. And 15th, Liu Chun Mei. 16th, Irfan Haikal. 17th, Watcharan Tub Timon, another of the East NJT riders. Suhatai Chemsap, the legend, 18th for East NJT. Mohsin Paramban for Honda Racing India was 19th. Nitian and Gao Zhe Ang in 20th and 21st, and Leong Nang Zhe in 22nd. And no time for Muqaddar Sarapech for Honda Racing Thailand. We've got city views and mountain views here at Zhuhai International Circuit. We're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back in just about 7 minutes with the first free practice session for the Supersport 600s. You're watching free practice for round 5 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Stay with us.
So we're down here at the Honda Asia Dream Racing Team paddock with none other than Zakwan Zaidi. So Zakwan, we're back here at the Zhuhai International Circuit after 4 years. So back in 2019, you won a race here, but it's been a tough season for you. Do you think you can replicate that race victory again?
Yeah, I hope. It's not this. I think not easy. Because last 2019 we used the old bike. Now we use the new bike. Still not 100% to know the advantage, but we know we can get more fast adapt. So hopefully we try our best for this practice, and hopefully, yeah, we can fight for championship.
How have your first impressions been so far coming back to Zhuhai?
Yeah, I'm quite happy because this also my favorite track. So mostly I enjoy the circuit, and yeah, we try in the practice and how we feel, and we try our best.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Good luck. Can't wait to see you out on track.
We are back on track now with the first free practice session for the Supersport 600s here at Zhuhai International Circuit in the sunny southeastern Chinese province of Guangdong. And this is such a closely fought category here that it's a real tribute to Karalidin Powie that he's managed to pull out a convincing lead at the top of the standings. He's got a 26-point lead. He's got 146 points, and that is 26 points ahead of both Nakarina Tirapuvapat from Honda Racing Thailand and Soichiro Minamoto, the Yamaha Gen Blue Racing ASEAN rider. And just behind them are Kito Abe, he's on 115, and Helmi Asman is on 113. So behind Kip, it's very tightly packed, and all of those riders know that what they need to do is to win and put themselves in front of Kip this weekend. Kip also knows that.
Yeah, Kip definitely will be on a charge. He just came back from a decent weekend at the World Supersport Championship. He was racing as a wildcard for the Petronas Mie racing team. So he's pumped, he's ready. He'll be coming here with good spirits.
Yeah, he looked full of beans yesterday. That's for sure. But so did the others. But Kip has just got that little extra swagger about him now. Yeah. He looks like a champion in waiting, but let's not play down what the others are capable of. That's Panasson Kaoson-T going through there, just ahead of Kito Abe, who's another rider who can get himself onto the podium and cause some problems. Abe on 115 points. It's the 2018 champion on the blue number 56 machine. Ratapong Willerot just gone through. They've had a series of setup challenges this year. We haven't seen him on the podium. There's Panasson, the number 15. Got Kito Abe all over him as they exited turn 14, the final turn. The 600s seem to be keeping it a little bit neater on the exit to turn 14 than some of the 250s were, that's for sure. There's number 89, Karalidin Powie, going through just behind Ratapong.
Got a bit of a fuller grid for the Supersport 600s. As we got 3 wild cards here. Got the Zhou Fenglong, Lin Jifei, and Jia Yifeng. 2 teams joining us: Silver Steed Racing Team as well as Jim 777Y Racing Team.
We were offered coffee by the Steed Racing Team yesterday, so they're a nice bunch. There's Helmi Asman on that nice distinctive Dayglow number 32 on the front of the Bunsu Honda. Karalidin Powie behind him. Their teammate, who we haven't seen on screen yet, Azroy Anwar, has had some really rotten luck this season. But he's an extremely quick rider. There's really very little to separate in terms of ability to separate those 3 Bunsu Honda riders: Karalidin Powie, Helmi Asman, and Azroy Anwar. But Azroy is the one without the luck. And I see soft rear tyre there on the back of Karalidin Powie's Honda. Now we've got Helmi. No, we can't see his.
I think Kip's is trying. Ooh, someone's going off. That's one of the wildcard riders. That's Jia Yifeng, who's had a decent timing so far. It's just about 2 seconds off the top. It's going to be a tough one, just trying to get out of the gravel.
Yeah, just fill up that that oil tray with gravel.
Yeah, I think Kip trying out the soft rear is probably just because we have a bit of cooler temperatures compared to the rest of the season tracks that we have. Temperatures about 20, maxing out around 27 degrees Celsius. So maybe the soft tires will last a bit, but...
let's see, there is Azroy, the number 20. He's running a medium.
That seems to be the favorite choice of the most of the season, just a medium for the super sports.
Yeah, he's got Helmy behind him. But they'll be sharing data, that's for sure, in the Bunsu Honda garage. It's such a tight and storied team. And it is Helmy at the top of the timing screens at this very early stage, just 7 minutes or so into the session. 138.5 for him and 138.7 for Azroy. And looking at some of the target times, well, they're coming very close. Back in 2019, the best qualifying time, which went to Kazma Daniel as it happened, was a 137.4. Azroy was around then, and his best result was a P4 in race 2. That might have been his first, no, I think that was his second year in Super Sports.
It is a dominant showing so far from the Hondas though. Top 5 all Hondas. The closest Yamaha is Ibrahim Nuruddin, 1.2 seconds down in 6th. Sha Juntong, decent there as well. He's 1.3 seconds off. So for the Chinese riders, it's really looking good. Jia Yifeng as well. He's a wildcard rider, and he's found himself in 8th ahead of Kito Abe.
Yeah, good early start from them. If I'm going to be mean, I'll suggest that circuit knowledge at this early stage in free practice 1 will favour the locals, but let's see. Let's take nothing away from them. It's really good to see them here and good to see them mixing it up.
I'm just looking at turn 1. It's I noticed it in the 250s, but it wasn't as significant. But with the Super Sports, you really notice that there's few bumps and chatters going in on the brakes. So that's something that they will be looking out for. You can see how much the front forks have to work around the bumps here.
Yeah, all these riders know they have to get their bikes really set up for the hard braking. And there's Kara Erdenpawi, and a pretty decent early showing from Astra Honda's rookie in this class, Adananta Putra. And stay with the championship leader for a while.
A bit of the logo of Kip's suit coming off there. But Ibrahim Nuruddin, he's doing really good. He's running himself just 0.5 seconds off Helmy Asman's time. He's up in 3rd. So he's the first to split the top 5 of the Hondas. And Jia Yifeng improving even further, just 0.7 seconds away from Helmy Asman. So yeah, definitely circuit knowledge will be helping, but nevertheless still, to be taking it toe-to-toe with these absolutely world-class riders, that's very, very impressive so far.
Absolutely, it is. And yeah, I hope it continues. The more Chinese riders that we can bring into this championship, the better. This is such an important, well, it's such a dominant part of Asia. China being more like a continent than a country, really. Kito Abe's just made himself the quickest Yamaha up into 3rd. Azroy has taken himself to the top. could be a bit of a spoiler this weekend in terms of the championship, Azroy, because he's not in contention because of 1, 2, 3 DNFs. A rotten result in race 1 at Mandalika. So he's well out of contention, but he's also a potential winner here. So there are plenty of permutations to look at with in this field. Realistically, probably 6 or 7 potential winners.
Here's us right now. He just improved his best time. The first hit below a 138, 137.976. So Azroy out the gates immediately looking strong. Keito Abe finding some pace now as well. He's gone up into 3rd. He's just recently crowned the champion of the All Japan Supersport 600. So Keito as well in very good spirits.
Yeah, that's right. There have been a few here. Nakarin Atirapuvapat got the Chang International Circuit Championship Superbike. He's the Superbike champion for that series.
Yeah, it seems domestically a lot of our Asian riders have closed off their championship fights. Even in the Indonesian, that's a nice exit there from Kitabe, but even in the Mandalika championship, I think it was Galahendra, he just finished 2nd in the championship. So he's also looking forward to this.
Yeah, and yeah, he's pushing on. So there's Keito Abe getting himself amongst the Hondas. Yeah, I was going to say the Supersport 600 title at Chang International Circuit, that's taken by Mukladar. So both Mukladar and Nakarin have taken championships one level above where they are here, which is kind of interesting.
Hopefully that's a hint towards what they'll be riding next season.
Yeah, I mean, Mukladar is familiar with 600. She's ridden 600s in the Suzuka 4 hours several times, and she competed in All Japan last year, I think. Yeah, last year on 600s, and in this as a wild card at Sugo last year as well.
Here's Keito Abe now. I think he's just running to the 140s after the little moment that he had under the brakes around that really tough, tight turn. For now, here's Keito. He's really riding aggressively, and just love to see the way he rides.
Yeah, he is a great rider to watch of these. He is popular back in Japan. He's got Panasonic Kaoson following him. Quiet start for equal 2nd in the championship, Soichiro Minamoto for Yamaha Gen Blue. He's 1.7 seconds off Azroy's best time. Ibrahim Noureddin, it's good to see him here. He came back into this championship at Mandalika for round 4, but didn't do what we expected him to do there for whatever reason. He's just improved his time. But it's good to see him here, and we know his quality. Speaking of quality, there's another rider who's sitting 2nd in the championship. 1 win this season in his home round for Nakarin Tirapuvapat, the number 41. But as we saw last season, consistent finishing from the Thai. He's had 1 win, 2nd, 2 seconds, 2 thirds.
There's Ibrahim coming out again. Just a second off Azra Hekimanoa's timing, and one thing to take note, Soichiro is all the way down in 12th, but he's only away by 1.8 seconds, so it is quite a close group of timings that we have here for the Supersport 600. Nakarin, who's running in 6th currently, just 1.037 seconds off. But that's just a big compliment actually to Azroy, who's at the top and ahead of Helmi by half a second, ahead of Kitabe in third by nearly a second. So Azroy really strong with the pace so far.
Yeah, when I was thinking about this this round, Azroy was the one who came to mind. If I was a betting man, which I'm not that lucky. I'm not lucky enough to be a betting man, but I would be backing Azroy for a win here. There's a kind of revenge win in him somewhere for all the bad luck that that he suffered this season and last season. He missed the first round last season with COVID.
He's just been so unlucky for the past 2 seasons, and yeah, at this point he really doesn't have anything to lose, so he can just really go 110%. Here's Ibrahim now. Ibrahim, another one who has nothing to lose, so he's just gonna fight on, push on forward. We know what a talent he is. He's had a victory back in 2019, I believe it was, in Australia. And that time it was a wild card. So Ibrahim as well, he's coming off a couple of rounds in the World Supersport 600 Championship.
Yeah, so that will have raised his game. And one thing I remember from him last season is how strong he was later in the race. So as tyre wear comes in, he seems particularly good, Ibrahim. But it is a Bunsu Honda 1-2 at the top. Azroy still with that half-second advantage over Helmi Asman second. Nakarin has jumped up into third, and down goes... down goes the number 66 machine, and that is Ibrahim. Sorry that we brought him a bit of bad luck there by talking him up. Let's just take another look at that.
I think it's the same spot where Keito had his moment, and that's a pretty hard fall, but managed to get up immediately, so he should be fine. But that's unfortunate for Ibrahim. It looks like he can't get the bike started, so...
Yeah, that's his session done with 11 minutes remaining to the checkered flag. Back here now with Yamaha Racing Thailand's Ratapong Willarot.
Yeah, that exit's going to be a bit sketchy. You can just touch a bit of grass there, and that could upset the rear tire a bit.
Yeah, the grass is quite hard around the edges. We had there was evidence of rain overnight. Just a few splashes on the ground I noticed as we came in. So Ibrahim getting a helping hand there through the gravel.
It looks like he did get the bike started in the end. If I know someone who hasn't set a fast lap yet, it's Ratapong. I think a bit of issues at the start. He's only done 3 laps, so Ratapong, he'll be looking for a pace now.
And Xiao Juntong, shout for him, in 4th. Xiao Juntong, 0.9 off the best time of Azroy.
Yeah, it's really looking good for Xiao Juntong, who's had a struggle this season, just trying to keep up with all the factory-backed teams, and it's really good for Victor as well, having them up now into the top 4. That's better than anything they've done so far this season, so it's really, really looking good for them.
Yeah, here comes Ratapong. Let's see what he's going to... he's going to 142.9, so he's nowhere in contention yet. Hopefully those problems will be sorted out. He's had a series of challenges this season. I haven't seen him on the podium yet. I think the best position of 7th, in fact, for Ratapong. And we know the 2018 champion has got more in him than that, so it's frustrating. We should mention Andy Fadley as well, the class rookie and AP 250, 2-time AP 250 champion, in fact, and for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. He's languishing in 14th, 3.3 seconds adrift Fadley was here on 250s back in 2019.
Yeah, that's why it's been a tough session so far for Andy Fadley. 3.3 seconds. We know that's nowhere near what he's capable of. 141.193. So I think it's just going to be a bit of a learning curve for him in today's Friday sessions. Of course, it is his rookie season, so he will have to find his way around the Supersport 600 machineries. It looks like it's going to be a tough weekend for him. Then again, a good setup change might change it altogether. So we'll see what happens as we progress.
Absolutely. Another lap being completed here for Ratapong. Not a significant improvement.
Soichiro now coming into frame. Soichiro as well. He's trailing in 12th. Again, it's not that far of a gap. 1.8 seconds. If he finds about well, yeah. When I think about it, 1 second's quite a bit in racing actually to find. But if he finds gradual improvements through each section, he might be able to find his way into the top 10 fights. But even that top 10 battle is going to be quite tasty between Sha Juntong all the way down to Ibrahim Noureddin from 4th to 8th. The gap is less than 0.2 seconds. So yeah, it's a really tight battle.
Yeah, and very much a learning experience here. And in terms of the timings, we were looking at 1:37s last time here. Yeah, good race pace and good qualifying actually was late 1:37s. So those two Yamaha riders on track there. Soichiro Minamoto running plain black fairing, but a very nice bright yellow 22 on the front. And Ratapong looking for improvements. Soichiro into the 1:39s. 1.8 seconds off, so we know he's got more in him than that. Kito Abe, the best of, Sha Juntong, the best of the Yamahas.
Soichiro, he was at the Malaysia Superbike Championship as well for round 1 and round 2, and he was fighting the likes of Azroy Helmi and Kip as well. And it was evident that the Yamahas were lacking top speed in Sepang. But the amazing thing about Soichiro is that he was absolutely relentless, and even though in qualifying they were I think about 1 or 2 seconds away from the Hondas in the race, for the first 5 laps he kept on fighting with the Hondas at the top. But it was just towards the end I think he cooked the tires quite a bit. So Soichiro, we know he's a fighter and he is truly a world-class rider. So I think he will find his way towards the end of this Friday sessions. So we'll be looking out for him.
Yeah, good quality rider. He's he feels confident. You can tell by talking to him. He fancies his chances. He likes the fast turns. He likes the Yamaha, even if there is a bit of a power deficit. And we're with Andy Muhammad Fadli there on the 108 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Ratapong's improved. Let's stay with this Yamaha as he comes up to complete another lap. It's Andy Fadli. He's still 2.8 seconds off the best time of Azroy, although that best time of Azroy hasn't been threatened for most of this session. We've got just under 4 minutes before the checkered flag comes out. That's Panasoon on the Honda for Honda Racing Thailand. Number 15, green helmet, red bike with a yellow tail. Thank you, Honda Racing Thailand, for making these machines so easy to spot. As Daniel's heading down for some more interviews. We're back on board with Nakarin, currently third, 0.7 of a second off the best time of Azroy. So in other words, very close to the second best time of Helmi Asman. Neither Helmi's nor Azroy's times have improved for a while, and we haven't seen them on track for a while. Karalit Mpawi's moved himself up into fourth. He's 0.7 off his teammate's time, Azroy's time. Another lap completed as his front wheel paws the air for Nakarin to Rapuvapat. Decent pace, but no improvement in the time for him. He'll get another 2 flying laps in. Looking a little further down the order. So give an honourable mention again to Sha-Jin Tong for Victor Racing Yamaha in 5th, within a second of the best time of Azroy, and ahead of Kito Abe. Panasson 7th, and Ibrahim currently down in P8. There is the championship leader, Karalit Mpawi, on the number 89. Still running that soft tyre. Judging by lap times, it's the medium that's been working better for these Bunsu Hondas. And Kip has improved to second. He's got himself late in this session. There's less than a minute remaining. Late in this session, he's put himself into second, just 22 hundredths slower than Azroy's best time. So that soft rear is working. So that's you could call that a successful experiment. Although that wasn't a successful bit of braking there for Kip. See, without any drama, ran off onto the grass. That is Azroy, the number 20. Just going past, I think that was the number 28 bike of Li Jefei. And the 122 number you can see. Not sure what that was. I think that might have been a bad bit of numbering, but Azroy comes across the line again. Good pace from Azroy. That was a 37.7, not his best time, but it shows that that timing screen topping lap that he did was no fluke. Good work from Azroy. And it is, in terms of the top 3, a Bunsu Honda lockout for Azroy, Karalit Mpawi and Helmi Asman. Just shoving Thailand's Nakarin down into P4. And a decent session from Adananta Putra for Astra Honda. Kito Abe may have something to say about that top order. You see the big ZIC, Zhuhai International Circuit. So let's confirm those results for free practice 1 for Supersport 600. Azroy Hakim Anwar, 137.7. Second best, Karalit Mpawi. And third, Helmi Asman, 138.3 for him. Fourth, Honda Racing Thailand's Nakarin Atirapuvapat. Astra Honda's Adinanta Putra in fifth. Sixth, hats off to Shajun Tong, great performance from him. Seventh, Kito Abe. Eighth, Panasonic Kauson T. Ninth, Ibrahim Noradin. Jia Yingfeng in 10th. 11th, Ratapong. 12th, Suchira Minamoto. 13th, Galang Hendra. 14th, Mohammed Fadli. 15th, Lin Jefei. And 16th for Silver Steed Racing Team, Zhou Feng Long. So we are going to take a short break. We will be back with the first free practice session for ASB 1000. And in between times, we will be treated to another pit lane interview with Daniel, who will be talking to one or two riders down there. So stay with us. We'll be back in around 8 minutes for the first free practice session for ASB 1000. Stay with us.
All right, we're down here at the Cardinals Factory Racing Team paddock with Akid Aziz. So, Akid, you're fresh from a championship victory at the Petronas Malaysia Cup Prix. Congratulations on that. Mathematically, you still have a chance to win the Underbone 150 class with 79 points of a gap from Nazrul Izzat. Do you think you can close the gap now with the 2 rounds remaining?
Untuk overall point untuk tahun ni kita cuba keluar untuk FP1. Kalau yakin saya akan teruskan untuk kekal cari podium lah.
So the translation for that is that he's feeling confident that he might be able to try and close the gap. So previously in 2019 you've had good results here at Zhuhai. Do you think you can repeat that?
Untuk Zhuhai ni kita tak seperti saya. Kalau boleh memang saya akan berkeras untuk kekalkan saya punya podium lah, cari champion.
So he says he's going to try and repeat the same process. So thank you so much, Akid. Good luck. And we're going to head to Akid's teammate for this round, Afif Amran. So Afif, it's your comeback to the ARRC Championship. You're replacing Izzat Zaidi, who's injured currently. Previously, you've been here on the Supersport 600 at Zhuhai. What's your target for this weekend?
First, I want to say thank you for Cardinal Racing because invite me for join this replacement Izzat Zaidi. So I will do my best for this weekend.
Previously in 2019, when we were here in Zhuhai, you managed P4 in race 1. Do you think you have a good feeling coming into Zhuhai?
Very be different standard and underborn because different race and race pace whatever. Because underborn are very many rider in front good. Everybody can win. We have set up a good strategy for the last lap.
Thank you so much, Afif. Good luck for this weekend.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7.
Welcome back to Zhuhai International Circuit here in Guangdong Province in the southeast of China. We are on track for the first free practice session for the ASB 1000 class, the superbike class. And the riders making their way around their first lap to take a look around. It'll be the first time for several of them, including the rider at the front of your screen there, the now very familiar number 28 BMW of Markus Reiterberger. Markus has really taken this championship by storm and has a commanding lead in the championship of 45.5 points. His results for the last, well, his results since round one. Round one was pretty quiet for him. He scored a 4th and a 6th place in round one at Buriram, but round two he came back really hard with a double win as Teo Yu Zhou, the Malaysian rider, just run off into the gravel, and you can see it's pretty deep. You can also see it's very well maintained as well, nicely raked over. And I must say, having had a run round the circuit early yesterday evening, that the everything around it, the gravel traps are in good condition, as I said, but the track workers were out painting the white and green and red lines around the edge of the track, so everything's looking pretty fresh here. The circuit did hold its first race in 1991, so it's not a new track, but it's been pretty well maintained. On your screen there is the purple, or is it fuchsia pink, superbike of Jakrit Swangsawat for East NJT Racing Team, number 91. Another easy bike to spot. I suspect, I'm pretty confident that this is Jakrit's first trip here. It will be Markus Reiterberger's first trip here, that's for sure. Although we know how quickly he learns circuits. When we went to Sugo, just about everybody else in the paddock who hadn't been there before was saying what a difficult track it was to learn, and Markus took about 3 or 4 laps to get the hang of it. But very early stages. This is a 40-minute session, and we're not even 5 minutes into it. But Andy Farid is the rookie in superbikes, and super sport champion from last year, has put himself into the lead. But he's really looking natural, really looking comfortable on superbikes. So as I was saying, it's Markus Reiterberger at the at the top of the race, and missing, of course, from this field is Haruki Noguchi, who tragically lost his life following a crash in race 2 at Mandalika, which you know, the paddock is still very much feeling. That effectively leaves the rider on your screen now, Zakwan Zaidi, in second place in the championship. The defending champion, of course, as you can see with that number 1 plate. He's had to really fight every inch of the way this season to defend it, and he's got a bit of a hill to climb. There are 100 points left on the table this season, and Zakwan is 45.5 points back from Markus Reiterberger. So we will be looking to see whether the Reiterberger magic, first time out at Sugo. At Sugo he had a second in race 1 and a win in race 2, and 2 wins effectively, although race 2 was cut short by the incident. So effectively a double win there. So from round 2 he has had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins and 1 second. And Sugo was the first for him, Mandalika was the first visit for him, and now he's making a first visit to Zhuhai. There is Jakrit Suwangsawat inspecting the gravel. Marshall's coming out to help, because that's a pretty hefty machine to drag out of the gravel when it's up to the wheel rims. Doesn't look like he tipped over, so but there's a nasty crash in the bike, cartwheeling back across the track. That's one of the wild cards.
That's Toyo Joe, if I'm mistaken, actually.
Is that Toyo Joe? Oh.
The red flag immediately out.
Yeah.
And see him getting up though, so that's good.
Out, but yeah, Joe is moving, but the bike and bits of the bike are on the circuit. So that was a nasty incident there.
That's just an exit in the last 10, I think. Didn't see clearly, but probably just touched a patch of grass, and
yeah,
it's really good to see Toyo Joe getting up though. That was a really, really nasty crash. That was his first lap completed as well.
Yeah, the all these turns of grass before the gravel. So that was a heart-stopping moment there.
Yeah, I was about to elaborate on one thing. Pasueti Tivararak, he's missing this run, and the replacement for him is Kosuke Sakamoto.
Yeah, so we'll see what Kosuke Sakamoto, what do we know about him, Daniel?
From what we're seeing is he has been riding for the Stimo Honda Dream Racing team for a while now. He's been riding at the All Japan Championship, JSB 1000s category. And a pretty decent rider. He's finished the races well in the top 5 a few times.
Yeah, Asimo are a big presence in the All Japan Championship, aren't they? So, and so with the red flag out, it's the Honda Asia Dream machines of Andy Farid and Zakwan Zaidi, who are at the top of the timing screens. But we have a red flag now. Daniel's going to make his way down and check out exactly what's going on down there. So we'll be hearing from him. So Markus Reiterberger there taking a look. And I think I saw his teammate Aslan Shah next to him. Aslan knows this place pretty well. Although, as we know, as we were saying, how quickly Reiterberger learns these circuits, that a lack of not having been here doesn't seem to be any kind of disadvantage for him at all. We're looking back to 2019 when we were last here. Zakwan Zaidi was quick, meaning that he qualified. He qualified on the front row. He won race 1, and I think he had a DNF in race 2. The lap times we were looking at back then were race pace 1:34s. We haven't had enough time on track to see how these bikes will go here, and the riders need to test out the grip levels. But right now the priority is to clear the track. Hopefully there was no oil spilt. We couldn't see it from the cameras. But hopefully there's no oil spilt on the track. And more than that, of course, it was good to see that Teo Yu-jo got himself up after a really chilling tumble. You can see there a mix of the scenery here. Zhuhai, one of the growing coastal cities in southeast China, not far from Shenzhen, one of the grade 1 cities, and there is Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin. We didn't have a chance to see him on track, but we will. Last time here he was on 600s and took a pole position, second place in race 1 and a win in race 2. So he knows his way around, although of course it is a little different on a fast circuit like this where there's lots of heavy braking and tight turns. How you do that on a superbike is a little bit different. Just like Chakrit Swangsawat. Oh, and that's a good thing to see. Not the fact that he's limping, but that he's only limping after such a heavy fall. But that is Teo Yu-jo, the Malaysian. That's a very good sight to see. And hopefully there was no knock to the head. He looks okay, but he will need to be checked over. The pit he's walking through there is shared with Evolution Sports, and that is Lachlan Epis standing next to his BMW, the number 83, in that very distinctive, what shall I call that, aquamarine blue BMW. This could be a good race for him here, and he stepped up in Mandalika as well. There is Zakwan Zaidi, championship leader, and a good first few minutes out on track for him. There with his crew chief and the Showa suspension technician. Safety officer there to the right of your screen, that is Meng Heng, himself an ARRC racing legend from the early 2000s. There is Andy Farid Izdihar, the rookie who doesn't appear anything like a rookie when he's riding that CBR 1000 RRR, just correcting myself, looking at the screen. Okay, so as we saw Teo Yu-jo walking around, and it seems that everybody that has had a tumble is okay. My goodness, that bike is pretty well beaten up. It's going to need more than buffing out, that's for sure. And there is once again Lachlan Epis, the young Australian family-run team. The rear frame of that bike totally smashed up. So yeah, now the officials, led by the FIM Asia Safety Officer, Quan Meng Heng, are checking for oil, just checking the condition of the track there. If there was oil, I think we would have seen evidence from the dust, the absorbent material being used, but we haven't. There's a little look there at Kosuke Sakamoto, the stand-in rider. Pasowit took a hard. Okay, and Daniel is in pit lane, and so we're going to have see who he's talking to and find out some more.
So we're down here at the Yamaha Racing Paddock with none other than Japanese fastman Yuki Ito. So Yuki, the session ended a bit earlier, but how are your impressions so far of Zhuhai this time round?
I have had a big confidence this circuit because I have a lot of experience in here. So I try to do my best.
So far, the track condition, how are you feeling about it?
Yes, especially today, very sleepy because little bit, I think, dirty in here. So, but I hope to come in better to track condition.
Thank you so much, Yuki. Good luck for this session.
Interesting to hear about the track condition from Yuki Ito there. There is the championship leader, Markus Reiterberger. But interesting to hear from Yuki, who took a second and a third place last time out here in 2019. That the track condition was a little slippery and dirty. The track does get some use. I asked the track people here in the media center. It does get quite a lot of use. It's used as a kind of a test track for new electric vehicles to run around, but that probably isn't the kind of intensive treatment that a track really needs to get some rubber down and to keep it clean. So we'll see how the times progress during the day and over the weekend. Reiterberger out of the garage. We haven't had a message yet to tell us when pit lane is open, but saw one of the Hondas moving out there. It obviously is open now. And that is Kosuke Sakamoto coming out, and that's Daniel Kazmayuddin putting his helmet on. Mixed season for Kazma. Round 1, round 2 at Buriram and Sepang were a little quiet by his standards. But then he came back in Sugo with the win in race 1. Unfortunately DNF'd in race 2. And didn't get on so well at Mandalika. But Kazma is, if the bike is working well, we will see Kazma fighting for podiums, possibly the win. Speed, bike speed is going to be important here, and that would imply an advantage for the BMWs and Hondas. But let's see, it's not always sensible to make those kind of sweeping assumptions. And talking about fast Hondas, there is Zakwan Zaidi carrying that #1 plate back out to restart this first free practice session. Scheduled as a 40-minute session, there are still 30 minutes remaining, so plenty of time. Andy Farid Isahar coming out on a hard rear tyre, so that's interesting. Let's see how that goes. There is Aslan Shah, the 2019 champion. That was the inaugural season for the ASB 1000 class in ARRC. And now teammate to the championship leader, Markus Reiterberger. It's a very good-natured pit, that one. Great relationship between Aslan and Markus. Lots of useful information being shared. And there is definitely the rookie of the season, Andy Farid, number 23. Hesitate to use the word rookie because that tends to lower your expectations. Just watching him there, you could see some of the bumps on that section of track there. Let's watch Aslan's bike as well, see if we can get a few clues as to the track position. He's running mediums, medium front and medium rear. Knows this track well. He was on the podium in race 2 in 2019. And getting used to it once again. So yeah, the 2019 champion defended it in 2022 because of the COVID hiatus. As Daniel talking to his team before he goes back out. And there he is. A little prayer that he says, tapping his fingers on the tank before he goes. There's a best lap. There have only been 2 or 3 flying laps for the Malaysian champion, multiple champion, Aslan Shah. His best lap, 1:37.7. And we're looking to get into the 1:34s. Aslan found a nice big piece of track all to himself. Trying to see where he is now. I think that's turn 11. Does it go into another right-hander? No, it doesn't. So I'm lost on the track. Let's just take a look. Daniel's back. It was good to get that feedback on the track condition from Yuki Ito, Daniel.
Yeah, right before I was chatting with Yuki, I saw Kasma talking to Yuki, just signaling from the other side. And the first question was, slippy. It's the first thing that Kasma said, so I was like, okay. Kasma said he was struggling with second gear. So on the exit on second gear, he's just finding that they're just starting to go wide. But it looks like he's finding his way around, not too bad, 1.2 seconds away from Marcus's time. So I think once he gets out again, we should see some improvements.
Yeah, and there goes Markus Reiterberger. I think he's found his lines on this Zhuhai International Circuit. We were only partly joking yesterday when we said that it was going to take him 2 or 3 laps to get the hang of it. We know what to expect now.
Markus is just a brilliant rider, and yeah, he's just finding his adjustments really quickly. Here's Zakwan as well. He's doing decent, 0.187 seconds away from Markus.
Yeah, Zakwan knows he's got some work to do this weekend. This is a crucial weekend. There was a rider just slowing there. Looked like he was going off track, but let's stay with Zakwan Zaidi, multiple champion in underbones, 600s, and of course ASB 1000, the 2022 champion.
Oh, you can see Yuki Ito there on the exit. The front wheel just floating as picks the bike up.
Yeah, Yuki looks in good form, doesn't he? He looks fit. He's looking really confident.
Yeah. Now the gesture at the end of the interview looked like he's really getting ready to get it on.
Yeah. You can see with Yuki whether he's up or down temperamentally. It's quite unusual. It's not typical for Japanese to be like that, but bless him, you can always see what you can expect from Yuki by his body language and the expression on his face, and he looks really happy to be here.
Yeah, you can see the contrast with Kito Abe, for example. Kito, who's strong, has good performances, but just monotone, very calm, no expressions. But Yuki, as you mentioned, this time, he's really happy.
Yeah, and Zakwan just puts himself at the top of the timing screens. Andy Farid puts himself, once again, there's very much a cat and mouse thing going on in that garage now. I've noticed the last few rounds between Zakwan and Andy. I think they're good for each other, actually.
Yeah, definitely they'll be pushing each other, and yeah, for Andy, he's the rookie, and he's been so impressive ever since he's come into this class. So I'm excited to see how he progresses into next season.
Yeah, he was unlucky not to get a podium in round one. It took him until Sugo to actually consummate that potential and put himself on the podium. Here comes Marcus. What has he got to say? He's got to say, I'm going quickest here.
134.893 is the first rider to hit below the 135s.
Yep, so he's on to the race pace that we were looking at last time. Hand up from Marcus.
Quick shout out to the wildcard Cheng Hong Yan, doing a decent job in 7th, 2.2 seconds away from the top of Marcus Reiterberger. Really impressive showing from the wildcards. Of course, as you mentioned, Barry, they will have the extra experience around Zhuhai, but nevertheless, these are top riders that we're talking about in this class, so really hats off to them.
Yeah, Lachlan Apis, another debutant here. Zakwan's just put in a very decent time, 134.6. That was his best race time when he won race 1 in 2019.
This is interesting. Chen Hongyan, who the wildcard I mentioned earlier, I would say that's even more impressive now because he's running hard for his setup. I don't really remember seeing much of the hard rear tires being used. Mostly it would be the mediums or the softs. So who knows, if he slaps on the medium rear, maybe he's able to knock it down a few tenths.
A rider that obviously knows this circuit, going out on hards, so that is an interesting observation. And he is going well. I say that because Zakwan and Marcus and Andy are really hammering in the lap times now, bringing down the threshold. Zakwan and Marcus in the 134s, which is the race pace we can expect.
I'll say that it's a really cool suit design for Chen Hongyang. Like a little bit of a scribbly design at the back there. Riding the Yamaha R1. And quite the riding style as well. That's
yeah,
very aggressive on the drop of the shoulder.
That's it. So he's going to be entertaining to watch this weekend. I think that this is being live streamed on WeChat, so if you are watching on WeChat, then do come along, because we've already seen some Chinese wildcards looking good in AP250s.
This is only the first time we've seen Chen Hongyang, but the way he's riding, I'm really excited to see how he goes around in a race.
Yeah, he seems to be quite happy to wring the neck of his machine there.
The way he drops in is quite aggressive.
And he looks like he's quite tall as well, quite a big frame. Oh, hello. What was that? It looked like dirt being puffed up as he went through there.
There's an interesting patch there on the straight, but hopefully it's nothing that will disrupt the riders.
Yeah, back with the fastest man for the time being. We still have almost 20 minutes remaining of this session, so it's by no means done. But Zakwan, best time 1:34.6.
Just trying to recall something, because Kosuke Sakamoto, he will have raced alongside Zakwan, Andy, and Kasma in the All Japan Championship. Because the first game was Suzuka, where Kasma finished 7th or 6th. And on that race, Kosuke, he was 4th. So if again, he would have had the benefit of more track time there, but either way, Kosuke has gone toe-to-toe with the likes of Kasma and Zakwan and been ahead. So I think Kosuke, once he gets his setup done correctly, he's on screen now there, once he gets his setup well and gets accustomed with Zhuhai, I think he's going to be quite exciting to see how he goes around.
Yeah, and we know what a good setup this Astimo S1 team is too. So yeah, good call, Daniel. Joe, of course, will be out of this session. We haven't seen Osama Murray on track either. So Kosuke, the stand-in for the injured Paswit Titiwararak. We can't see sector times right now. It'd be good to have another look at Chen Hongyan. Here's Kosuke's moment for now. Not much happening here. I saw Zakwan go into the pits. Andy Marcus haven't, their times haven't changed, so they're probably in the pits as well. We haven't got the full spec timing screen to give you any more information.
Impressive from Azan Shah, though, however, he is keeping closer to Marcus now. There's a bit of a gap on certain rounds between him and Marcus in practice timings. Azlan this season does look like he's found his old self again.
Yeah, he's enjoying his racing again. Kosuke running hard. I just noticed then as he came through turn 14.
I really like his helmet as well. Design resembling of the Judokato.
Oh, yes. Yeah. The Judokato will be the hero for many of this generation of Japanese racers, that's for sure. Lachlan Epis down in 6th, but first visit for him. He seems really optimistic about this weekend. And we saw lots of what he's capable of in Mandalika.
Oh yeah.
That he seemed to really step up then and find that he can really compete with the fast riders here.
No, he was super impressive, and he's just ever improving. And if you think about it, Lachlan Epis, he's fighting toe-to-toe with, well, timing-wise currently, with Yuki Ito. Yuki, a very well-experienced rider, having ridden in so many championships. To be able to be a young rookie in this class and go toe-to-toe, it's really, really impressive from him.
Yeah, that's it. So expect more from him as well. So we're looking for improvements from Kosuke, from Lachlan, from Yuki for sure.
Kosuke, again, another rider on hard rear tires. I'm just curious on how that's working for them. Maybe I'll try and get a bit of information from them on how that's been going, because yeah, from Yuki and Kasuan, both of them saying it's slippery. Can't imagine that the hard tires would be helping out that much. So if Kosuke currently 138.3 on the hard rears, curious to see how he does on a softer compound.
Yeah, we're with Lachlan now, the number 83. When he tips in, let's see what he's got. He's got mediums.
Yeah, medium on him.
That makes intuitive sense from here anyway, in this icy cold commentary box. Good addition to the championship. We did have Anthony West. Westy's not with us this weekend again. Lachlan is at a 2.2 second disadvantage to Zakwan, who's still on top at the moment, although we can't see from where we are at the moment where he is on track. He's got a sticker coming off the back of his leathers now. He's going through turn 6 now, I think, so he'll be coming up to this really tight loop at turn 7. Let's just try and follow where he is on the circuit for now as we learn it. There'll be a little kink to the right, and then a fast run down to the left-hander at turn 9. Yuki Ito coming back out on track. As Chun Yong Han just goes, or thinks about going around the outside of him, but decides to tuck in behind instead. Back with Kosuke.
Kosuke, by really just putting in the lap times. Looks like he's practicing for endurance racing. 14 laps and he's done now.
Yeah, so fitness clearly not an issue. And yeah, this is good to see. Let's watch how Aslan tackles this. He's got the circuit knowledge, he's got the experience, and he's always great to watch on the bike. Just plot exactly where he is. I think he's coming up to turn 7 now. Pushes the front wheel down through that turn 8, on the brakes for the tight left-hander, turn 9. It's about an 80-degree turn, and then goes straight into turn 10. 14 turns, 9 rights, 5 lefts.
Aslan now coming across into the last section of the track. He'll be tipping it right now, where we've seen a few errors, but he'll be familiar with how to exit. He does it very neatly.
Yeah, there's a nice open corner, isn't it? Not to what we're used to seeing at Buriram and Sepang, for example, where it's hard on the brakes and down into first gear for the final turn.
Bit of a wobble there as Aslan exits.
Yeah, Aslan within 0.6 of Zakwan's best time. And nice and close to Marcus as well.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the timing page. I'm just wondering at what point does Kosuke say, all right, that's enough of track familiarization, and just calls it back into the pit lane, because he's done 15 laps and it's just non-stop. He's done the 16th lap now, and he's I think he's just improved a little bit.
check where we are with Aslan. So that could have been turn 9, I think.
So now right into the last turn again. Very aggressive on the gas there, but he keeps it neat and tidy. Comes across 135.074, so he improves a bit. Closes the gap to Zakwan down to 0.452 seconds. Marcus Reiterberger.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere now, he goes up to the top, 134.485.
Yeah. Well, looking at the screens here, we didn't even know whether he was on track. But yes, he is, and he's back at the top of the screens. Aslan 135. So not much in terms of technical improvements. There's not much evidence yet. This is early days, but the best lap times are pretty much the same as the best lap times we saw in 2019. There have been improvements to the bikes, however, and I think that once this circuit gets used to more bikes going round in anger, the track conditions will improve and the times will tumble. This is a good spell for Aslan Shah.
It's another improvement as well from Aslan Shah, 134.789. He's finally found his way into the 134s. So he's just 0.3 seconds away from Marcus Reiterberger, his teammate, up in first. So between the top four, only 0.3 second gap. So it's looking quite good there.
Yeah, and then there's a bit of a drop, 1.2 seconds to Kazma Daniel, the fastest of the Yamahas, with his Gen Blue teammate Yuki Ito in 6th. He's 2 seconds adrift of Marcus. And then Lachanipis, 0.3 slower than him. Kosuke increasing his pace slightly. I'm going with what you said, Daniel. I'm prepared to agree that Kosuke is going with a plan.
I think probably is Kosuke's first time riding here in Zhuhai. Looking so far from the data I've looked at, spent most of his life racing in Japan. Currently, it looks like he's just running on the track for a long stint just to get familiar. There's a contrast between him and Kazma. Kazma's only done 6 laps, while Kosuke has done 18.
Yeah, and Marcus on our screen here is running a hard front and a medium rear.
That's right. It looks like there's no real standard for what compound to use currently. Everyone's running on a different setup.
Yeah, it's hard medium. We've seen hard hards.
Bit of a slower lap this time from Marcus. Sven Kazma as well, he's on track. Let's look at whether he finds a bit of an improvement in this practice 1 session.
We know that BMWs and Hondas are fast. I didn't really want to stereotype the Yamahas as being at a disadvantage on a fast circuit like this, but that's the story so far. We've had 35 minutes on track in total for these. the early advantage is definitely has been with the BMWs and the Hondas. Fastest Yamaha is a second, more than a second away. Another lap for Yuki. No improvement there. He's 2 seconds adrift. There is Zakwan, number 1 currently, and currently number 1 on the timing screens. So good lap from him. Didn't see that coming, but he's now got himself an advantage of 1/10 of a second over Marcus. So good work in FP1 for the defending champion. Marcus has just answered and jumped back to the top, but by just less than 1/10. So it's an interesting early contest.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it is a bit of a stereotype to say that the Honda and the BMWs, they do benefit with speed circuits like this, but it is a reality that we've seen in the past couple of seasons. BMW and Honda really have taken strides into making sure that the machine has that top speed. And Yamaha, they just need to find that final drive. Because we know in the corners, the Yamaha is really one of the best to go around.
Yeah, and Lachlan Epis, also on BMW, has pushed himself up into P5. So good improvement from him as well, as we expected. There's that one. Hard combination for him.
He's done a 134.0 as well. That's really, really impressive. So it seems the hard is working well around here in Zhuhai. Kasuke as well, he's who's running hard as well. He's just come across to do his 20th lap. So I think besides the laps before a red flag, I think that's been 19 or 18 or 19 laps in a row for him.
Yeah, and Kazma's just pushed himself up into 5th. So the fastest Yamaha, 1.3 seconds off the best time. Currently of Zakwan Zaidi, it swaps every time around between Marcus and Zakwan, it seems. Andy Faridis Dihar currently 0.7 adrift of Zakwan's best time. Here is Kazma. Let's see where he is on the circuit. I think he's coming into turn 9. Yeah, that was turn 9. He's through turn 10 now, and blasting his way up to turn 11, which is it's kind of like well, it is a loop, but it's a double right-hander, so it's very tight. Opens out a little bit and then right again.
Yeah, I can see there was a bit wide from Kazma on the exit. So a shake of a head.
Yeah, no improvement for him. There's just 1 minute remaining. So the checkered flag will be out next time he comes around. He's running mediums. So, as we were saying, Kazma is the best of the Yamahas, 1.3 seconds adrift. Yuki Ito is a second slower than Kazma.
Yeah, Yuki struggling to find any pace so far. Then again, Yuki is a quality rider, so the Yamaha garage, they will be finding a way to get Yuki in the most comfortable setup. But Kazma will definitely be a reference point. Kasma as well. A busy year it has been for Kasma. He's raced his domestic underbone championship as well as an appearance as a wildcard in the Moto2 World Championship. He's gone to the All Japan Championship as well, and ultimately the Asia Road Racing Championship.
Busy rider. Checkered flag ready there. Yep. Checkered flag out, in fact. So as that comes out and we look at an empty start-finish straight, it is Zakwan with the advantage. Unless that number 28 BMW blasts around there in the final moments. You can see a contrast there between an aging grandstand and the new building there right behind it, very futuristic looking. Some interesting contrasts as this part of China develops so quickly.
Yeah, the architecture around this region is truly a sight to behold, and yeah, it's really becoming such a modern city.
Yeah, it's almost like living in the future in some places. So let's just have a look at those practice results. Confirmed, Zakwan Zaidi was the fastest with 1:34.028. Good session from him. He was ahead of Marcus Reiterberger, and Kasma Daniel came up right in the closing moments. So props to him for that performance. Andy Frid Istihar, he got bumped down into 4th by that late lap from Kasma. Aslan was 5th, 6th was Lachlan Epis, 7th was Yuki Ito, 8th Kosuke Sakamoto, 9th Chen Yonghan. Jakrit Swangswat only got a couple of laps in, and there was no time for Tioyu Zhou in that second part of the session, and no showing from Osama Moray. So that brings us to the end of that. Yeah, we're going to take a very short break because of the delay. The next session will be coming up, and that's the Underbone 150s. Will be coming up in just a few minutes. So stay with us. thank you for staying with us, and you're in for a treat now because this is the first free practice session for the Underbone 150 class. Lots of bikes, lots of talking points here. As this, I think this time around it's a 25 bike field, makes its way out onto the circuit. There on your screen is the number 60 machine, the red bike of the 2022 champion, Wayu Aji Trilaksana. He won the championship as a rider for 1XOX TKKR, but has switched to his own team for this year, which has been a good move, a good career move for him, because he's been racing, I think he told me, since 2007. Anyway, he's a very experienced rider. He's taken 2 Underbone championships in his career, including last year's, and he's now running his own team. But the story of this season has been that somehow Nazarul Izzat, the Uma Racing Yamaha Maju Motor Asia team, to give the team its full name, Nazarul has somehow managed to conjure up 3 wins and 2 second places, and open up a huge lead of 57 points in the championship. There he is, the number 87, all in purple. And that really has been the story of this season. Somehow, all the race wins have been very close fought, but he is, as if by magic, found his way through to the front on so many occasions to take 3 wins and 2 seconds. It is a remarkable achievement. Daniel, what do you make of Nazarul? What has been his secret this season? It's still a secret, right?
Yeah, it seems like a secret, but I think Nazarul, he's just tactically brilliant. He knows exactly where to put himself in the last 2 laps, and he's always around the top 5, top 6 of the front group. He just waits until the final moment to try and put a charge to the front, and he times it to perfection.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how he works it out this time, because there's as we were saying earlier in the 250s, there's a longer run to the finish line from the final turn, and the final turn is a lot faster than most of them. Number 23 there is the 4S1M machine of Gupita Krishna, who himself has taken 2 championships in his illustrious career as an Underbone rider.
Yeah, Gupita, quality rider, and it's been a bit of a tougher season this time for him, but he has been coming strong.
Yeah, I mean, it has been, you're right, but he's second in the championship. It's just that Nazarul has such a big lead. But I haven't seen him in person yet this weekend, but the last few rounds he has been looking very pumped, very fit, very focused.
I'm just wondering what's going through Nazarul's mind, knowing that he could close it up this run. Do you try and take it all, or do you just play safe? But then again, if he just keeps on doing what he's doing, he's got no issue at all, but it's just whether or not it gets to his head this time.
Yeah, that's right. If all he does is what he normally does, then he'll probably wrap it up. But even a rider of his quality, there could be 1 or 2 things that get into his head that just inhibit him a little bit. Let's see. It's all conjecture at this stage, but he has done a fantastic job to put himself where he is right now. But it is Hafisa Rofa, who made a very promising start to the season, who's at the top of the timing screens in this very early stage. There are a lot of riders in this field that have been there for a long time, so there will be many who are familiar with the circuit. And just thinking about lap times, looking around the 2-minute mark. That should be something to watch out for. Last time we were here, it was in 2019. Did we have slicks on the bones then? Can't remember which year it was. It was either, I think we might have had slicks then. I'm disoriented by the 2-year hiatus of COVID-19. I can't remember when the switch was made to the Moto3 slicks, that Dunlop slicks, that these machines have been running. But he's running there with Giancarlo Maurizio. And the number 14 there with the white helmet, red bike, is Pirapong Lu Bumpeng, who's riding for Team One for All. And just at the front of that group is one of the Vietnamese riders. Number 176. I'm just referring to the Vietnamese rider. I think that's Nguyen Antoine. Bit of forensic work there by Daniel, looking at to answer the question about how long these bikes have been running slicks by looking back and zooming in on a photograph of these bikes from 2019. Brilliant work. So yeah, there won't be an advantage of on a change of tyres as there should be, say, with the AP250s.
Yeah, so definitely the benchmark we'll be looking at the 2019 times. So the tires would have been the same. Gubita now, Gubita at the top, 201.113.
Yeah, that was yeah, kind of a race pace last time, so we're looking at those already. The rules haven't changed for these machines either. That's Gubita there, number 23, coming in to pit lane. It's Ahmad Fajrul Sham in second. Just staying within the family, let's send our love and best wishes to his injured brother. He was injured elsewhere, but will be out for the rest of the season, unfortunately. But Fazli, we wish you a fast and full recovery, mate.
Yeah, this is unlucky. He's just recovering from another injury and picked up another one. So speedy recoveries to Aziz Sham.
Yeah, and while we're talking about the wounded, we better mention Izzat Zaidi as well. Wishing him all the very best for a recovery. Hafisa Rofa up into third for 1XOX TKKR. He won the first race of the season, Hafisa. Sorry, the second race of the season, race 2 in round 1. Since when he hasn't, I think he's appeared on the podium. Oh no, he has. He's got a third place at Sepang. But we thought he might be closer to the top of the championship standings. But things haven't quite gone his way. So that is the number 1. Is that the substitute? Oh no, it's Shafiq Rasul. Shafiq, also a race winner from round 1. was a cracking start for 1XOX TKKR.
Yeah, the start it looked like they were the definite title contenders. And it just fell short for them a few times. Shafiq Rasool as well, another very strong rider on the 1XOX TKKR team. So it seems that the 1XOX team really do have it going for them when it comes to the next season. Should they maintain with Shafiq and Hafiza, I think we can expect them to really be fighting at the top.
Yeah, Hafiza been with this team for several years now. I think it's 7 years or something.
Yeah, it's been about that, yeah.
And if you're wondering how to spot them, well, Shafiq has got 3 numbers in purple, and Hafiza has got 2 numbers in, what's his number colour, yellow, on those green bikes.
He's got that ombre red to yellow design on his number there.
Yeah, and the number 38 there, also a contender, Wawan Wello, on the Pits Bike JRT bike. He's in third. There's some tightly bunched riders, let's say, fighting for second in the standings at this stage. We've got Gupita on 79, Wawan on 72, also on 72 is Murabil Vitoni. Oh, look at that. Alright, Gaska has come up. So.
Yeah, right, Gaska, we came to know the name last round in Mandalika. Quickly becoming a very popular name in his region.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right now, Arai Gaska currently running in 6th. It's a really good showing from Arai so far. Nazir.
Yeah. Sorry, Daniel, he took the race 2 win by a controversial photo finish, we have to say, at Mandalika. But he was fourth in he was fourth in race 1. So real quality there.
Yeah, being such a young wildcard contender and immediately taking a top 4 and then a race victory. Definitely a name on the rise, and currently he's showing that he's capable. He's just dropped down to 10th now. A few improvements from Nazrul Izzat and Pirapong Lui Bung Peng.
Yeah, Nazrul, that's a decent advantage at the top, 0.9. Pirapong's got Wayu just close to him on the timing screens. Gupita, all those 3 basically on the same time. And Fazrul, Sham, Hafiza, and John Emerson Minguito. Another of the emerging riders here. He took a win in race 2 at Sugo. And that first race win in a class always lifts your confidence, raises your game, your self-belief. It's a leg out there to say, please go past me, leave me alone.
Looks like no one's deciding to leave him alone. Everyone literally just coasting behind Nazrul now.
Yeah, so plan B, pull into pit lane.
And look how nobody follows him into pit lane. Everyone's like, okay.
Yeah, not too much target fixation there. It could have happened.
Well, that just shows you how dominant Nazrul Izzat has been this whole season. Everyone wants to get a bit of a taste of what he's doing differently. Nazrul right now, 2 minute 1 point. Oh, I thought someone just shot up to the top there. It's just a slight error, but 2 minute 0.132 from Nazrul Izzat.
Yeah, I'm just looking also for Akid Aziz, who had a good outing here in 2019. All those years ago, he's got Wayuaji Trilexana and Gupita Krishna behind him, so what a quality handful that lot is. But without exaggerating, there are probably 15 riders in this class capable of winning, or at least podium positions. And there's, haven't seen the number 50 in the underbones for a while, but that's FIM Ran you were talking to earlier. He was in the running Yamaha in Supersport 600s. Now back in much more familiar territory for him.
Yeah, Afif, a well-experienced underbone rider. He'll be a quality addition to this round. Of course, he's here replacing the still recovering Izzat Zaidi.
So a good opportunity for him to get back into this class. And if there's one thing that I will always remember about FIM Ran was that he actually managed to win one of these races by a huge margin, which I'm sure it's been done on another occasion, but it was just such a remarkable thing when usually you're measuring the distance between the front few finishers by thousandths of a second, or on photo finishes that nobody can quite figure out. So there's Akira Ziz, another champion. Gupta Krishna, another champion behind him. Akira Ziz was 2018, I think. And last time out, he took pole position. No, he didn't. He was fastest in qualifying, but he won race 2.
For the 1xx team, it's steady improvements from them. Found themselves both in 7th and 8th, Hafiz Arofa and Shafiq Rasul. Hakim, however, he's not found the pace yet. He's about 4 seconds down.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Hakim. What do we know about him, Daniel?
So, Nur Hakim, he's domestically in Malaysia. He's been an improving rider. He's just joined the 1xx outfit this season, if I'm not mistaken, or was it last season? But he's a potential on the rise. He's looking like he could be a contender, but still quite fresh in the underbone 150 class.
So, good plan to put him in as an emerging rider with the lineup they've already got. There is the number 50 of FIM Ran. To my imagination, he looks big on the underbone. I know you don't have to be very big to look big on an underbone, but
yeah. No, Afif, yeah, he's not the smallest of riders, and yeah, he does make the underbone look even smaller. So Afif will. He might have a slight disadvantage around a circuit like this, being quite a tall guy, but he is such a fast rider in the underbone categories. And even in the Malaysian Championship, he's a 3-time champion in the 150 class. So he'll be finding his way around here quite easily.
yeah, he'll be re-familiarised, I guess. Last time he was here, he rode an underbone. Nazrul still not under threat at the top. He's got a half-second advantage from Juan Manuelo, who's the best of the rest. But I don't see any recent changes in the top 5 or so. And 7-8 on your screen there is Nguyen Antoine, one of 2 Vietnamese riders in this championship. And Haziq Farouz, number 27, we just saw go through.
Wayaji we're following. Number 60 for this season. He's been riding under his own team. So he's trying to put the fight to the top. He's been consistent as always. But again, it's just Nazrul Izzat who's just had that extra edge this season.
Yeah, some changes for Wayaji as well as, I mean, it's a bold move to have your own team in a championship like this, and to have been competitive all season. I mean, he's down in 10th, but you know, you can see the speed has been there. He's been on the podium once at Sugo, Pirapong Bumpeng. He looks big on the bike, but actually he's really small.
Yeah.
So all kinds of illusional effects here. Well, there's an interesting group. Let's look for some Filipino riders. John Emerson Inguito is the quickest of them at the moment in P9. Nazrul Izzat just ran off onto the grass. I'm not sure whether that might have been tactical to force some of the riders to go past him. As Daniel was saying earlier, he is tactically very, very astute. So some really good riders in this group. We've got 6 minutes remaining before the checkered flag. You can see the track warming up a little bit there. Some heat haze, so that's good news. The temperatures here are really nice. This is a nice time of year in this part of the world, with low humidity, temperatures in the sort of going between late teens and late 20s from night to midday. And so looking at good working track temperatures. Kid Aziz on the light blue, number 13, cruising into pit lane there as the other riders shoot past into the final turn, turn 14. Wayaji crosses the line. Wayaji moves himself up into second, ahead of Wawanwelo, and just under half a second back from the best time that Nazrul Izzat set earlier. Pirapong for Team One for All is in fourth. Gupita Krishna in fifth for 4S1M. Ahmad Fazrul Sham had a pretty decent session, is in sixth. Hafisa Rofa and Shafiq Rasol for Team 1XOX TKKR are in seventh and eighth. John Emerson and Guito, as I mentioned earlier, the best of the Filipino riders, in ninth. Last time out, we were talking about another Filipino rider, McKinley Carl Paz, who went on to win the championship in 2019. But he won race one on his way to that title. That is Pirapong, the number 14, just going through there with the white and blue suit. And that's number 27 is Giancarlo Maurizio. So we've got purple bikes ending in 7. 87 for Nazrul. 27 for Giancarlo Maurizio, and 17 for Haziq Farouz. Pirapong just going past Giancarlo to cross the line again. Any changes this time around? Oh yes, Murabul Vitoni, the Indonesian, number 157. We haven't seen him on the screen, but now we can see him at the top of the timing screens. He's done almost a dead 2 minutes, 2 minutes .083. So best lap for Murabul with just over 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Murabul having a really good season. Quick rider who looked promising from late in 2022. Only one podium, but a lot of good finishes. Three fourth places, a fifth place, a second in Sepang for round 2, race 1. So interesting and exciting to see him at the top of the timing screen here for LFNH Putra 969 Indonesia Racing Team. There he is, number 157, just going through there. Nice shot of him. And he's just going past Haziq, number 17. And Fazrul Sham is in that group too. Fazrul's just been eased down in that last rush. He's just been eased down to 9th. There's Murabul, and steaming past him is one of the JRT Pitts bike, and that is Fazrul. Let's see if he can push himself back up to the timing screens. Oh, yes, he does. They're jumping around all over the place, but yeah, that was a big improvement for Fazrul. He moves up into 4th. Wayuaji Trilaksana moves up into 1st. And the checkered flag will be out last time around, so this will be the last flying lap. John Emerson Minguito is now the fastest Filipino. The number 22, Shafiq Rizal, moved himself up into 3rd place. So Murabul drops from 1st on the timing screens to 5th last time around. So business time right at the end of this 30-minute session for free practice 1 underbone 150s. The cream rising to the top, you might say, and amazingly, as this won't be a fast lap, another fast lap for Wayuaji. He went off on the rumble strip, just about off on the dirt as well. But that was a storming lap at 1.4 second advantage, so that is unlikely to be beaten, especially as these other fast guys are all running together and look like slowing each other up rather than helping each other. Araya Gaska currently 10th, Pirapong has been pushed down into 11th, Gupita in 12th, so this was the group to be in. Farmi up there, the number 222. At the front of the group now is, I think that's Araya Gaska. No, that's not Araya Gaska, I beg your pardon. Going to the front of that group is, however, Nazrul is at. This will be the last time the checkered flag is out. What is his position going to do? He lifts himself back up into 3rd as they cross the line. So he was at the top for most of this session. Then he was mugged down to 7th. And last time around, he got himself to the front of that group. And in perhaps a rehearsal for that long run in from the final turn to the finish line, he got himself back up into 3rd. Although 1.6 seconds slower than that barnstorming best time of Wayuaji Trilaksana, the 2022 champion. So let's take a look at the official results. As we look at the backdrop, we've got mountains and we've got skyscrapers. And we've got And we've got a racetrack that's putting on a good show for us too in the foreground. So there it is, a 1:58.244 for your fastest man in free practice one for the underbones, Waiwaji Trilaksana. In P2, John Emerson in Guito. Najrul is at the championship leader in third. Ahmad Afif Amran, good performance from him and his return to underbones in P4. Fifth, Shafiq Rasol. Sixth, Ahmad Fazrul Sham. Seventh, Murabul Vitoni. And eighth, Fahmi Bassam. Last two riders for LFNH Putra 969 Indonesia Racing Team. And moving on to ninth was Haziq Farouz for Uma Racing Yamaha. Wawan Wello currently second in the championship for Yamaha Pitts Bike. In 10th, 11th, Araya Gaska, the exciting young Indonesia. Pirapong Louis Bunpeng, 12th, 13th, Gupita Krishna, 14th, Sharyl Shazras for Extremo Yuzi, and 15th for SCK Honda, Izam Ikmal. 16th, Hafisa Rofa for 1XOX TKKR. Azik Hamdan was 17th. Giancarlo Maurizio, number 27, was 18th. 19th, April King Moscado. 20th, Pascon San Luang for Team One for All. Akid Aziz was 21st. Pacharagon Tongaladong, sorry, beg his pardon. 23rd, Nguyen An Tuan, excuse me. 24th, Nora Kim, and 25th, Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam. We're going to take a short break, and Daniel is down in pit lane. He's going to be talking to Veda Egger, and the next on-track action following that will be the first free practice session for the TVS Asia One Make Championship, so stay with us.
So we're down here at the Astra Honda Racing paddock with a very fast and rising young rider, Veda Ega Pratama. So Veda, you were the fastest in the morning practice one session so far. It's looking like a perfect season for you. In the Honda Asia Talent Cup, you're leading with a humongous gap. And even in this championship as well, you've been doing very well, but you've missed out a few rounds due to the ATC. So how are you feeling so far about the 2023 season?
Yes, I'm very happy for this year. I can get some winner and some podium, and yeah, in ATC I can get more cap on the championship, and in ARRC I also can get podium, and yeah, I'm very happy.
Is this your first time in Zhuhai?
Yes, this is my first time.
What's your opinion so far on the Zhuhai circuit?
Yes, yesterday I track walk in Zhuhai, and I like this circuit. I looking the layout, and this morning I try FP1. I try, and very good circuit. I like.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this weekend, and we hope to see more from you.
Thank you.
Good to hear there from a very young and very articulate Veda Ega Pratama, enjoying himself here. And had a very good first outing indeed. And we're on track now for the first time this weekend with the TVS Asia One Make Championship. This championship now in its second season is getting better and better as we go. There is a really nice cocktail of young talent and experienced talent, mixing it up, and riders really enjoying this, and spectators and commentators enjoying it too. So some of the young guns we've been enjoying have been like Indonesia's Deki Tjano Aldi, Japanese riders Taiyo Sato and Fugo Tanaka. And then we've got the more experienced hands like the champion and championship leader coming into this weekend. Warapong Malahuan, Ramdan Rosley, Muzakia Mohammed, Piawat Patumios, and Hiroki Ono, who since he joined this series in round 3, which was his home round in Japan, has taken 3 wins and 1 DNF from 4 starts. There is the championship leader and defending champion, Warapong Malahuan, proudly running that number 1 plate. He certainly knows his way around here. And there'll be a lot of people following him around, particularly the younger ones. Behind him right now, he's got Arshad Rushdi, another experienced rider. And a very quick rider. The issue for Arshad, and he was very candid about this yesterday during the pre-race press conference, has been that yes, he's got really good 1-lap pace, but he tends to fade over a full race distance. So he's aware of that. He's working on it. He's got good support. So let's see what he can do this weekend. Anyway, he's running the number 5. Some really good helmet designs here. That looks like a new one for Warapong. Arshad Rushdi's got a very distinctive helmet design as well. Just on the outside of him, I think, was Fugo Tanaka, if I correctly spotted that number 3. Warapong was very much had the championship his own way last year. He was challenged by the likes of Deki Tiano Aldi, but he always seemed to have it under control. This season, he's really having to fight hard, especially since the entry of Hiroki Ono. That was Kuan Eins Chang, the Filipino, the number 8 bike that you saw going through there in that group of 4 near the front. The number 11 is Muzakia Mohammed, one of the quality riders you'd expect to come through really strongly this season. Warapong sticks a leg out. He's quite happy for people to go past him at this stage. This is a 20-minute session. 5 minutes, so therefore, a quarter of an hour remaining. Ramdan Rosley is the quickest so far. And lap times, it will be interesting to monitor what they are for TVS Asia One Make Championship compared to the AP 250s. These 310 single-cylinder BMW-powered bikes have got plenty of punch. So we'll be looking for evidence from lap times, from top speeds, and of course rider feedback as they get used to this track. It is Muzakia at the front of that group at the moment. Ramdan Rosley we haven't seen yet, but he's quickest so far with a 151.327. Muzakia has just bettered that. Ramdan Rosley has just bettered that again as these riders cross the line. So let's do a reset. Ramdan Rosley, fastest lap, 149.823. Next best, Thailand's Piawat Patumios, 0.3 of a second slower, and Muzakia another 0.3 down from him. Taiyo Sato come up into 4th, and KY Ahmed, best of the Indian riders, as he does tend to be, he is currently 5th. 2 seconds off the best time of Ramdan Rosley. Orapong down in 8th, and there is Taiyo Sato taking a little excursion, but it looks like he's going to get safely back onto track. Coming through there is Arshad Rushdie taking a different line to the others. He took a slight break from this group, but now looks like he wants to get back into the action. He's 4 seconds adrift of the best time of Ramdan Rosley. And that is the number 10, Ramdan Rosley, just tucked in there behind the number 13 machine of Pia Watt. But the number 1, defending champion and the project leader for this series. He can and should take the credit for much of the success of this series. It was an idea that was hatched when one of these bikes was entered at the beginning of 2020, just before the pandemic broke out, or as it was breaking out, with the benefit of hindsight, and took a 4th place finish, showed that these bikes could run at the same pace as the AP250s, and the idea was born, and the idea has really been growing nicely with really good quality riders, improvements to the machines. Some of the TVS guys we interviewed yesterday were saying that they really do feel more like race bikes than road bikes. They do enjoy riding them. They look great. Full of carbon fiber. It's a very wide loop being taken around, so perhaps Orapong wants others to go past him. Ramdan easing off as well. Pia Watt now at the front with a 1:49 at the top of the timing screen. 1:49.7 for him. That's Muzakir, number 11. So the two fast Malaysians, Ramdan number 10, Muzakir number 11. Orapong has pushed himself up into 4th. So 1.6 seconds down on Pia Watt's best time. Pia Watt is a very fast rider, former official Honda rider for Honda Racing Thailand. But now in this series, his results haven't perhaps been quite as good as we anticipated. He's had 2 podium finishes, one in race 1 at Buriram and one in race 1 at Sepang in round 2. Oh, nice sliding into that turn by Muzakir. It's a fast circuit, Zhuhai International Circuit, and you can see, just looking at these bikes, if you watch the wheels and the suspension, that it's quite bumpy too. So it's the experienced hands that are at the top at the moment. And having said that, it just looks like Taiyo Sato got himself to the top. Let's take a look here as Muzakir backs it in. But he was perhaps planning it to be quite so spectacular, but it makes for very good TV. He seems quite comfortable riding with the back end loose. We did see a lot of that in the early days because the compression of these single-cylinder 310 engines is, of course, very high. And we were seeing some early lock-ups under braking. Those have been smoothed out by ARRC, who supply the ECUs for these, and made the bikes much more rideable. I think it's more of a question of style for Muzakir. And it looks great, so he comes across to complete another lap. and he pushes himself to the top. So he didn't lose any time, far from it, from that spectacular style. He's got a half-second advantage at the top now, 149.226. More riders come across. Let's look for any more changes now. Running on his own there is Zhang Juran, Chinese rider coming in as a wild card. We had a word with him in yesterday's press conference. So it's good to have a Chinese rider in here. He's currently 4.2 seconds off. But the advantage with the experienced riders, Muzakir, Pirwat, Ramdan, Warapong and Arshad, the top 5 currently. Let's stay with Zhang Juran. It's got a nice helmet design too, as we have a nice close-up look of that. Something just flapping behind it. So the young Chinese rider, currently 12th, but doing a decent job. In the early stages, 4.3 seconds adrift of the best time of Muzakir. With 6 minutes remaining. Looks confident through that that final turn. Zhang Juran. And he's improved by about 0.7 of a second, so good work from him.
And Muzakir really looking strong in the first session, half a second ahead of Pirwat Patumios. Varpong trailing by quite a bit. He looks very much in good spirits. Varpong, he was nearly skipping around paddock earlier this morning, so he looks happy. But oh, there we go, Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, I was just gonna give a kind of reverse shout out for Hiroki Ono, who was down in 14th just a few seconds ago, and now yeah, here he is. He jumped up as we might expect into second. Hiroki Ono with 3 wins since he joined in round 3 at Sugo. He had 1 DNF in race 2 at Sugo, but apart from that, has a perfect record. He's quite a quiet individual, Hiroki Ono, despite his record and his experience. Oh, and there's the helicopter. Plenty of riders and journalists were taken up in the helicopter. This one wasn't. I actually had to make my own way around the track on foot to have a look around, but yeah, the helicopter is used extensively here. And in past years, in the pre-drone era, was used for people to carry the TV cameras. There is Hiroki Ono looking uncharacteristically untidy there on that tight right-hander. But he's in the 149s, 149.7 last time around, and it wouldn't be ridiculous to expect him to improve this time as he comes up to complete another lap. So let's see if look for any changes here. No. Oh. Well, he's improved. He's within now 0.3 of Muzakir. But Muzakir looking really good.
Yeah, Muzakir has been strong ever since the start. He was just unlucky between him and Ramdan, both of them having a bit of issues in round 1. Ramdan, the worst of the two, double DNF. but both of them looking really strong. I think they are both riders who have always had the potential to be at the top, but they've always just been not having the best of luck. And we know both of them, they work really hard and have the talent, and they're showing now in the one-make championship that they do have the capabilities.
Yeah, we had some really good insight from Arshad Rushdi yesterday when we were talking about his performance over a race. We know he's quick over one lap. Over a race he often fades, and he said his style does cook the tyres. They only have 2 sets to run over the course of the weekend in this TVS Asia one-make class, and so he said he's been watching Ramdan Rosley, who has a much smoother, more economical style on the tyres. So an interesting piece of insight from Arshad, and a nice credit he gave to Ramdan Rosley. There is Muzaki at number 11, still pushing. Just over 2 minutes remaining. And I think from where they are on the circuit now, that will mean they get just one more lap in. Yeah, they're into turn 9. And out of turn 10. It's Muzaki, they're being followed by Piawat. I've seen Dekitiano Aldi briefly on camera, but he's down in 13th. So some issues there for the young Malaysian. Muzaki has just backed off. So Piawat, number 13, who was following him, goes past. Piawat currently 3rd. And looking good right from the opening laps. See what he's got as he completes the lap. He'll get one more flyer after this. But it is Hiroki Ono who was at the top. Ramdan's just beaten it by half a second. So there you are. We were just admiring the riding style of Ramdan, and he's just put that smooth style to good use and given himself a 0.534 advantage over Hiroki Ono. But this is the last time around. We know how competitive Hiroki is, so let's see what he's got left. Muzaki now pushing Piawat on track and muscling up inside him as they go through. I think that's turn 7. And into turn 9, and then straight away back onto the left side for turn 10, and then a blast up to the loop at turn 11. Turn 11 opens out into another right-hander, turn 12. Muzaki has got away from the others, so this is a last flyer from him to see what he can do. Hiroki Ono has answered by 29 thousandths of a second. He's put himself ahead of Ramdan Rosley. A bit of argy-bargy going over the line between Warapong and Ramdan Rosley. Ramdan Rosley puts himself to the top again. Beautiful lap from him to push Hiroki Ono down. Muzakia ends up 3rd. Vorapong pushed hard on that last lap, but was 2.4 seconds down on the best time of Ramdan Rosley. See if there's anybody else out on track that can have a say in the order. Fugo Tanaka down in 15th. Actually, Fugo Tanaka not out in this session. Jagan Kumar's on the timing screen, but I believe he's not here. So that means that the best of the Indian riders, this is an Indian manufacturer, of course, TVS. The best of the Indian riders was KY Ahmed, who was 3.55 seconds slower than Ramdan Rosli. So it was a 1:48.175 that gave him the glory in that session. So with the skyscraper and the mountains as a backdrop, let's confirm that. Ramdan Rosli, 1:48.175. Next best was the Japanese Hiroki Ono. Muzaki Mohammed was third, 1:49.226 from him. Piowat Patumios, the Thai rider, was fourth ahead of his compatriot Vorapong Malahuan. Tayo Sato was sixth. Arshad Rushdi finished up in the 7th position, and 8th, as I said, the best of the Indian riders, KY Ahmed, on a 1:51.725. 9th, Darren Pob Tong Yoi, Thai rider. Sole Filipino in this class, Kuenines Chang was 10th, Rusman Fadil was 11th, 12th, Zhang Jiran. Decent outing from the Chinese wildcard. Dekitiano Aldi was 13th, so clearly problems from him. Chirant Vishwanath was 14th. And no time given for Fugo Tanaka. So Daniel has made his way into pit lane, so he'll be talking to some more riders down there. So we're going to take a short break now, and we will be back with the next free practice session, which will be free practice 2 for AP 250s. So stay with us, and we will see you very soon. This is free practice day for round 5 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
Welcome back. We are on track with free practice 2 for the AP 250 class. They're on an out lap at the moment, led by Tanat Longpliao, or this group at least. Oh, and there seems to be a little bit of traffic jam here in Zhuhai.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a traffic light here.
Certainly looked like it, didn't it? But there are cameras everywhere, we hear. So, yeah, perhaps they need to be a little bit careful. But seriously, they do need to be careful because there will be people jumping up and down in race control right now. So, what's the story?
Yeah, it's not something that they don't know.
Yeah, a couple of riders coming through pit lane, which, if you want to go slow, yes, go through pit lane. If you want to find yourself some space on track, but I mean, the riders are speeding up now as they come through at the end of this lap, but it's dangerous. Missing from the first session was Muqtada Sarapurch, but she was one of the first riders out in this session, so the full range of contenders looks like it's complete. And just looking at the championship here, we know we will soon see some Astra Hondas on screen, but it is a bit of an Astra Honda story between Reza Danica Arens and Herjan Atner. That is Young Manzu, I think, on the 33 on the Kawasaki. So fastest in the first session was Daniel. My memory's just failed, and I haven't.
Vida Ega.
Had to read. Yeah, it was Vida Ega. Yeah. I just had to reconnect my
Same, yeah,
my Wi-Fi.
I was just processing the interview I had with him because, yeah, and then just clicked Vida Ega, topping the sheets. Reza Danica, unfortunately, taking a spill early on. Herjan doing decently, but I think ultimately he was 8th fastest in the end. So a bit of work for Reza Danica. I mean, we know he's quick. He's just gonna have to shake himself up. Saw him at the paddock earlier, and he's looking calm. He doesn't look at all shaken by the crash. So expect him to be charging to the top.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we would call it more of a tumble than a crash, really. And
Yeah.
no problem for a rider of his really of his stature.
I would say one thing though, having walked outside, when the sun's out, it does heats up quite a bit. When you're under the shade, it's quite cool, but under the sun, it is quite warm. So that's why we're seeing the heat haze pick up, and that could affect the track temperatures quite a bit. So we'll try and get an indication of what the track temperatures are looking like this weekend.
Yeah, that's Reza Danica. So nice mix there. You've got Irfan Ardiencia on the Kawasaki, and Wayun Groho running with him as well. The Yamahas were really good in the first free practice session as well, which was great to see. And we're just seeing times in the 1:48s for the best of the TVS Asia 1 make. The fastest time for Vida Ega this morning was 1:51.4, so that's quite interesting.
Vida, he's just looking really confident. Oof. Well, he going a bit out of line there. But yeah, Vida has just been an unbelievable performer. I've seen him in the Asia Talent Cup, and he's just blitzing away, and he is definitely a future talent for Indonesia. If he goes on the right path, I think he's got the right mentality, the right attitude, and definitely the right skill set to take it far.
Yeah, Astra Honda is so good at doing this. We're looking at the current crop of riders all the way up to Andy Farid in the ASB 1000 class. That's where he came from. As they did in the first session, Ferozi Torakatula and his Yamaha Indonesia teammate Wahyu Nugroho running close together. Just going through on your screen was the number 73 wildcard of the local rider, Gao. I can't recall his first name, hold on. Gao Zheang. If I'm getting my Chinese pronunciations wrong from the pinyin that I'm reading, then I do apologize, because I know some people I know might be watching on WeChat live stream. There is Muqtada. She was quick last time. She was on at 250 here last time at Zhuhai back in 2019. She was quick, but I think had a DNF or two, which has been a little bit the story of her season here. Always fast, always competitive, but not the consistency in her finishing is what has been missing. You know she can do it because she's a former Asia Dream Cup champion. Amusingly, yesterday, while talking about her career, she said, the thing is, I am a woman and I have to get used to racing against men. And I looked at her and I said, are you sure it's that way round? And she laughed. Yeah. As she backs it into that right-hander. Yeah.
I still remember watching Muqtada a few seasons back. The season that she had that was brilliant was the same time that we saw Ana Carrasco as well take the World Championship, and yeah, it was just if you were to say anything, she is just bringing the competition straight up against everyone, and she doesn't lack anything. We just know that she needs to find consistency, and she can definitely take it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And she is up there with the very best women racers in the world scene today, without any question.
Yeah. There's Danica here on screen, 5th currently. Fanadiancha still hasn't set any fast lap time. Neither has Wahyu Nugroho.
Big improvement this session from Cal Vietnam. He was, he was looking very confident yesterday. He had a pretty quiet first session with a best time of 152.7, and he's now on well, he's bettered that. Sorry, he's bettered that already. There's Tanat, number 20 for Honda Racing Thailand. He's got Aiki Iyoshi behind him.
Oh, that's a really wide line from Jakobat.
Yeah. Back behind him to say, as if to say, what happened? It's like when you're walking along the pavement and you trip over and you look back at the stone, isn't it? It's like, why do you do that?
Looking at
yeah, that's Nguyen Duc Tan. We got used to watching him in Underbones last season. Good to see him stepping up and keeping Cal Vietnam company. There is Veda Egger, top of the first session and top of the second session so far. Let's peel off into pit lane.
There's a racing entry as well there from Veda.
Yeah, he really did slam on the anchors when he got to the line there.
Looked like I was going full throttle through pit lane for a second, but it was just really good camera work there.
Yeah, well, it was good work on the brakes, because he did, front did dive as he got there. Yeah, that was just literally a ride through to give himself some space.
And that's how it's done.
Yeah, that's how it's done. And he's one of the youngest riders in this class. Look and learn, guys.
Here's Jakobat now. After being shaken and stirred on the rumble strip, he's continued on to the next lap. Behind him is Aiki Yoshi. Something too bad, he's in 9th currently. teammate Irfan in 7th. Farouzi, he just comes to the top now. Sorry, 2nd.
Yeah, the times are jumping around, the positions are jumping around all over the place because we're not yet 10 minutes into this session. But good rider, Jack Rapat. Like Astra Honda, Thai Honda don't field anybody that isn't worth the job. Jack Rapat currently 6th in the championship. Best result was a P2 in round 1, race 2. Aiki Yoshi, his best result was a P2 in Sugo. But doesn't always get the best of luck, Aiki Yoshi. Be good to see him shaking things up at the top. It is tight at the top between Reza Danica and Hergen. Vida Egger is 3rd, but he skipped round 4 for other duties.
Yeah, it's amazing to think that the Astra Honda dominance, Veda could miss 2 races and still be up there in 3rd.
Absolutely, but he will be a good sort of security man for Hergen and Reza. Number 15 bike going through, one of the wild cards.
I think 15 is Leonang Se, the Victor Racing rider. I think we didn't see much of him from practice 1. Even in practice 2 currently. He's done 3 laps, but we don't have a lap time yet.
Yeah.
I think maybe his transponder is a bit of an issue. He comes right now with Aiki Yoshi charging behind him. So he's going to cut across on the straight. Decent straight line speed, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Again, that's decent straight line speed from a Yamaha, which is really good to see.
Because even with the slipstream, Aiki Yoshi was actually struggling in that final upshift.
Yeah, we know the Kawasaki's are quick. So, as we were saying earlier, the dynamic approach to the regulations by ARRC's technical team really does work to produce a fine racing spectacle. We also need to check who's running rev cut limits, because I think Reza Danica and Hergen are both on 1,000 RPM rev cuts.
Yeah, that would explain the slightly larger than usual gap that Veda has against his teammates. Usually they're all running about very similar lap times. I must say, from the Yamahas, after their a bit of aid given to them, it's really been a huge improvement. Farouzi just 0.162 away from Veda. Wahyu Nugroho only 0.322. So it's looking really good for the Yamahas once again.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm really pleased to see Farouzi able to show us what he can do. We'll see some good complete races from him. We haven't seen him on the podium yet this season, but at this very early stage he looks likely forward. Perhaps he'll do that this time. Veda Egger grabbing the attention. So far 151.5. Half a second covering the top 6. Jakrapat Putisan is in 6. He's just under 0.6 of a second slower than Veda Egger at the top. moving the cursor out to second. Then we've got Irfan Ardianshah for Motor Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki in ninth, 1.1 seconds adrift, and Aiki Yoshi just behind him. Number 82 there is the evergreen Suhat Chemsat, the utility player for East NJT Racing Team currently. An incredible rider with a long history in ARRC, riding every kind of machine you can think of. He won race 2 on a superbike in ARRC final round in December on a drying track when all the other riders were on wet tyres. He chose slicks, took the gamble, and it paid off, and he took the win. He works as a coach to the East NJT riders, but with one of them injured, he stepped in and said, "It's okay, I'll ride it." I mean, he's quite a big lad, but doing an okay job. But on a fast circuit, that you know, his dimensions will give him a disadvantage. He's 4.2 seconds adrift currently. There is Veda Ega, there's Nguyen Duc Tan behind him. Oh, and there's one of the, that is Tanat Long Piao for Thai Honda Racing Thailand, I beg their pardon. He's just a little bit too much pain to pick the bike up himself. Looks like he went down on the left side. So he needs to walk that off, but that will be his session done. There's less than 10 minutes remaining. Veda Ega romping away at the top of the timing screens and romping across the gravel. He will hold that up, but there we are. He's just found the limits, and that's what you should be doing in free practice, and he hasn't damaged his bike. So again, good job done. He's going to cross the gravel trap again. He loves it. So a dusty Astra Honda returns to the track. But he's still comfortably at the top. He's got a 0.7 of a second advantage over Ferozi. And there, the number 65 there is Cao Vietnam. He's 1.4, well, so let's say 1.5 seconds adrift. And there's the Victor Racing Yamaha, the number 95 of Ni Tian, who's in the series as a regular rider this year. So good to have a full-time rider in ARRC from China, and he's joined by some wild cards this weekend. But the Chinese number 95, I can't see where he is on the timing screens at the moment. Yeah, he's 22nd. Best lap time, 1:55.5. As we were saying earlier, you can see some heat coming off the track now, although it is cool in the shade, according to Daniel. Plenty of colours there. Blue and green on the bike. We've got green and yellow and red. Easy to pick out Ni Tian. But he's got a 4.8 second gap between him and Veda Ega. We haven't seen much of Mukladar She missed the first session. Just look at 2 riders on the outside of 3 riders slowing on the outside of the circuit. Oh, it's kind of difficult to watch because you know how dangerous it is just to do that. The Honda Racing India machine there of Mohsin Paramban. Best lap so far for him. This is his first time here, 156.7. So he's got a bit of orientation to do to improve his lap time. Calvin Quintal is doing a little better, but not yet into the top 15. Stay with Mohsin there. You could see just how important the sport of motorcycle racing is in India, when just a few weeks ago we had MotoGP at the Bud circuit. And at some point, a really quick Indian rider will emerge. And we may well see them early in this series. And that is the top 2 riders running together, Veda Egger and Ferozi Torakatula. Honda versus Yamaha. So intriguing to watch this. Ferozi takes a look behind. And behind is the number 19 of Idlan Hakimi for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda. It seems Ferozi having no trouble staying with what we know is the very quick Honda of Veda Egger. Bit of slipstream there as they approach the final turn. They come across the line together and uses the slipstream again, Ferozi. And it looks like he will be going into turn 1 first this time around, or will he? Veda Egger puts himself back at the front. And we've got 2 Kawasaki's. There's Surtai Chemsap and Nguyen Duc Tan going through. There is Jack Rapat, number 20. Behind him, Cao Vietnam, the number 65. Seen much of Reza Danica, but he's lying 3rd. Wayne Groho 4th. Herjan Atna again running a 1000 RPM rev cut, down in 5th. That was his reward for a double win at Mandalika last time out. Jack Rapat did a decent job in the first free practice session, doing a decent job again. Just over a second adrift, so a very mixed group this. Veteran Suhatai just in front of Jack Rapat. Good work here from Nguyen Duc Tan. Let's see if he improves. He was 14th, crossing the line this time. No improvement for him. Closing up on them was Zhuhai. He's down in 19th, 3.7 seconds adrift. So Jakrapat, Cal Vietnam out of shape and just going off onto the grass, avoids the gravel. No harm done. Only to the time on this lap. There's 1.5 minutes remaining before the checkered flag. Jakrapat up into third. So he's taking a look around, and that is Idlan, number 19, Idlan Hakimi, Fujimitsu, Bunsu Honda in the gravel. A lot of riders finding their way as he goes deeper and deeper, almost up to the brake disc in this gravel, but patiently paddles through. Let's just take a look at that. There he is. Ooh, what a save. Nice work there by the young Malaysian, but couldn't stay out of the gravel. So there's his teammate, Irfan Haikal. Irfan currently 9th, 1.5 seconds off Vida Egger's best time. We don't have sector time information at the moment, so we can't see if any there are likely for any dramatic changes at the top. Still Veda, Ferozi, Jakrapat, Cal Vietnam in 4th. Nice shot there of the surroundings. Erjun Atner about a second off the best time of his teammate. Aiki Yoshi back on screen. He's got a Honda behind him. And as the checkered flag comes out, we're just going to go down to Daniel, who's in the paddock. We're going to just look at the results as the final riders come across the line. There is Soichiro Minamoto.
Very strong in both races in Mandalika, which put you on the same points in the championship as Nakarin. So how does it feel now coming to Zhuhai with the good timing so far in practice 1? How do you feel going in?
Yes, I'm first time here yes, after practice 1. First impression is very small track and so feeling so bumpy because so for me very difficult, but yes, step by step. So today more to practice. So because step by step, then setting and the riding also running for tomorrow's qualify and the race.
With a decent performance so far in practice, do you think it's going to be, you guys can find the right setup to keep up with the Bunsu Hondas?
Yes, yes. Practice 1, Bunsu Honda, very fast because yes, I try to follow them.
Thank you so much, Soichiro. Good luck for the next session. We're going to go next door now. Well, not next door. Just a couple of meters next to Soichiro is Ibrahim right now, who's just having a quick briefing before he heads out. Ibrahim, of course, coming off a great stint wildcard in the Supersports, World Supersports. So, Ibrahim, welcome back to ARRC after the World Supersport wildcard. So, last time round, you had an incident in P1. Could you tell us what happened? In practice 1, sorry.
Yeah, I tried to find my setting on the free practice 1, and yeah, I know this is my first time. Actually, this is my second time after here, but the first time in the R6 600 here. It's quite small track for me, and the surface was too like a bit of hard surface. But I tried to push myself on the free practice one. I think I can manage. I can get the fast lap in the free practice one, but I tried to push too much. But my setting doesn't enough perfect at all. But yeah, it's my mistake. I overtried my bike, and yeah, maybe free practice 2 will change a bit the setup, and hopefully we can get any better.
So we know you've never ridden the 600 in Zhuhai before, but we know your brother has. So once again, did you ask your brother for tips like you did in Mandalika?
Yeah, it's something like the gearing, what is his fastest lap time in here, and also what line did he make in here, because we know I also have a Kasma in here, so he fought with Adam at the 2019. So both of them have experience in Zhuhai, so yeah, it's an advantage for us. We have a teammate to helpful in Yamaha. So yeah, we'll see how we get for this week.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim. Good luck for this weekend.
Thanks to Daniel, and let's take a look at the results for FP2 for the AP250s. It was Veda Ega, 151.021. He's topped both sessions so far today. Ferozi Torakatula was second, third Reza Danica, fourth Chakrapat Pudisan, fifth Cal Vietnam, sixth Wahyu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Herjan Atna, the form rider for Astra Honda, was seventh, and eighth Mukladar Sarapurch. As we wait for the next one to come up, that was Irfan Ardianshir for Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki in 9th. His teammate Aiki Yoshi was 10th. 11th was Tanat Longpliao for Honda Racing Thailand. Irfan Heikel for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda was 12th. His teammate Idlan Hakimi was 13th. 14th, Warit Tongnapakun, and 15th, Yu Chun Mei, the rider from the island of Taiwan. Let's take a look at the next page. In 16th was Watcherin Tuptimon for East NJT Racing Team. Nguyen Duc Tan, who was looking good in that session, I have to say, was in 17th. 18th, Suhathai Chemsup, the veteran on a 250. Leongnan Tse for Victor Racing was 19th. Kevin Quintal was 20th. Nitian for Victor Racing was 21st. Gao Te Ang was 22nd, and 23rd for Honda Racing Indian was Mosim Paramban. As again we look at the backdrop of tall buildings and tall mountains and a quiet racetrack, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back we'll be back for free practice 2 for the Supersport 600 class. Stay with us. This is free practice day for round 5 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We're back on track with the second practice session for the Supersport 600 class, and at the front of the pack on your screen was the rider who topped free practice 1. The very fast, but this season in ARRC rather luckless Azroy Hakim Anouar was led this session out. He was convincing in free practice 1, and given all the misfortune that has befallen him this season, we expect him to really have his head down and be looking for 1 or 2 revenge rides. We know his quality. He's running there with championship leader Paralidin Paui, and of course Helmi Asman behind him. It was a Bunsu Honda lockout for Azroy, Kip and Helmi the first time around. Just looking there in slow motion. Oh, that's Adananta who went down. Adananta had a pretty decent first session. There's quite a lot of scraping going on there.
Well, one thing not lacking grip was his suit. He really slowed down quickly there. But yeah, came away from that okay. Xia Juntong, really impressive this weekend. I was talking to him last round at Mandalika, and he was properly excited to come here. And yeah, he was telling me that Zhuhai, they have a lot of good sites here. So, and yeah, definitely we were not disappointed at all when we arrived.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a good, it's a kind of a boom city. I know China's coming off its economic boom a little bit, but nevertheless, compared to, it's a real exciting part of Asia. Everything's happening here, and as we were saying before, sometimes you feel you're in the future with the electric cars. And
Kip's fairing's coming off. His winglet's also gone. Don't know if he's noticed that. Oh no, yeah, so it's just, I think the clip has come off there on his fairing.
Yeah, looks like it.
It's definitely not helping him aerodynamically, but somehow he's still at the top.
Well, there'll be a few of the leaders in the chasing pack behind him, looking at his 26-point lead, that will be wanting to clip his wings. But he is at the top of the timing screens once again. Familiar sight for this season.
Soichiro and Nakrin doing some good work now. Soichiro up to 4th with just 0.4 seconds away from Kip, and Nakrin just 0.299 away.
Yeah, it was good to get that insight as well about the track surface from Soichiro as well. And he was just laughing about how bumpy it was.
He's adapting really well to it.
Yeah, he was sort of explaining it with some relish, like, I can deal with this.
He just looked completely unfazed, and
yeah,
just looked so happy, in good spirits, and yeah, here he comes now. 4th place, 4th fastest, 3rd in the championship.
Yeah, and less than 1 second between the top 10. The rider in P10 being Xia Juntong, just 0.893 seconds down from the best time of Kip.
It seems like Zhuhai has become quite the level playground. We've got Xia Juntong up to 2nd now, just 0.2 seconds behind away from Kip. This is a great showing from Victor Racing and the Chinese rider.
Yeah, great on both counts.
Yeah,
for Victor Racing, storied team in this championship, and of course for the Chinese rider.
Galang Hendra as well. This is the closest he's been to the top with 0.832. Ibrahim Noureddin, however, he's struggling a bit. You can see the bit of a debrief, 1.177 away. Keita Abe, 1.3. So this Supersport 600 class is so tightly packed now between the top 10. It's really looking like we're going to have some nail-biting racing going on.
Absolutely, we've had some fantastic races in this class. Indeed, last time at Zhuhai, when Des Corkill popped in just now, he remembers quite well the Supersport 600 races from last time. Those featured Kazma, who of course is up in the ASB 1000, but very excited by this performance from Xiaojun Tong.
Yeah, just fantastic. He's been improving every round, and this is definitely the type of run that can give a rider the confidence boost that could change their whole career.
Absolutely, and there he is, sandwiched between two former GP riders.
I would have given everything to be able to be in between two world-class riders. That's absolutely fantastic for Xiaojun Tong. Oh, I think that's Kip's fairing that's come off there finally.
Yeah, those looks like a bit of Boonsu colouring.
Yeah, that was a long time coming. So I think he will probably be making his way back to pit lane now. Yeah, they will have to be careful of that there.
Yeah, it's Panasonic Khaosan T and Makarin for Honda Racing Thailand running together. Makarin gets allowed through there. Perhaps Panasonic wants to see how he does it, but immediately drops back, and Chip Makarin immediately gets a little bit out of shape on the bumps there.
Yeah, see, this is the moment where Kip's fairing came off.
Oh, that's it, yeah.
Oh, it's just cut cross behind. I think that's... I have a feeling that was one of the... Yamaha Indonesia. Yeah, Andy Fudley, I think that was behind.
Right.
And Andy Fudley, 0.5 seconds away from the top.
Yeah, that's good. That's a welcome sight.
Yeah, this run really looks like it's going to be the leveler.
Yeah. Helmi and ARRC going through there. We know what they're capable of. So Chiro in 5th, half a second covering the top 7th, or let's say 0.6 covering the top 7.
The interesting thing about Boonsu, yeah, they've been a very dominant trio, but between the three of them, they're all three very different riders. Kip has the outright pace, but his race management has been questionable at times. ARRC has just been silky smooth. Ooh, cough of flames there from ARRC's bike. But yeah, ARRC just a silky smooth rider, and then you have Helmi, who's aggressive, and he manages his tires very, very well.
Yeah, it's a fantastic lineup for the second year. I mean, Kip was very much the guy bringing up the rear last season as he got himself back into racing, recovering from injuries and layoff and so on. But yeah, ARRC on fire.
Yeah, I wonder if that's why Helmi dropped back a bit, because those flames are looking rather large. You know, Kip, it's been amazing. I mean, for Asian motorsports fans to... Oh, Helmi going onto the grass there. But yeah, for Kip, it's... a lot of the Asian motorsports fan will remember his performances in the World Championship, and he's just been so unlucky with his injuries. And to see him come back last season, he looked like he put on a bit of weight after having a bit of a short retirement from racing. And now he's looking fit again. I think
he does. Yeah.
He's really put in the work, and he's showing his quality once again.
And he did that best time with a flappy fairing.
Yeah. Absolutely amazing. And yeah, there are rumors going around where Kip might be going next season. We wish him the best of luck, as it's great to see his quality back. And yeah, he's at his first World Championship debut again last weekend, and back here again showing top of the timesheets.
Yes, Jia Yifeng going through there.
Yes, we've got the top 11 under a second, and Jia Yifeng as well, 1.018 away from Kip.
It's really good.
It's unbelievable. Top 14 gapped under 1.2 seconds. It's brilliant. It's almost underbone like in the gap that we have.
Yeah. Yeah, it's super competitive. What's really good this time is to see Xia Juntong, of course, as the Chinese representative here, up in third. But it's great to see Andy Fadley coming through as well.
Yeah, he needed a few rounds to get adjusted. Well, more than a few, but this time it's really amazing. In Zhuhai, we're having a lot of the riders who are struggling. Everyone's just learning the track again, and it's allowing these rookies to come back up, and we know their talent, we know what they're capable of, and yeah, for Andy Fadley, finally we're seeing a good showing from him.
Yeah, this rider coming through there, Lin Jifei, also looking aggressive on the bike and enjoying themselves. 2.2 seconds off, which is by no means to be sneezed at.
Brilliant timing with that line. But yeah, Lin Jifei as well, 2.2 seconds away from Kip. That's not by any means a big gap, and definitely there can be improvements made throughout the course of the weekend.
Yeah, for sure. So we're looking at a 1:38 is the marker that's been put down. Race pace, good race pace last time was about that, early 1:38s.
Yeah, pace-wise, there could be a few factors that can affect the difference. I mean, it's been 4 years since ARRC has come to the Zhuhai International Circuit, so there will be a bit of differences, as we heard Kasma mentioning earlier that it is slippery, and Yuki as well.
Yeah, that's right. So some track degradation offset by some technical improvements and tyre improvements and so on. Yeah, absolutely. And it's early days.
Yeah. Yeah, some viewers may have noticed already, the weather has been a confusing one. There's been moments of cloud cover where it just looks a bit dark and gloomy, and then suddenly the sun, I don't know where the sun will come out to play, and it'll be properly warm again. So the conditions always changing. We're currently on track. It's impressive by a lot of riders. Xia Juntong, definitely one of them, for Victor Racing up into third.
Yeah, definitely rider of the day so far. Lump of fairing still lying on the circuit, and the track condition flag being waved.
I love the photo of Ibrahim there. It really is his character on track, completely focused off track, just giggling and laughing away.
That's right, that's right. He's one of the nicest guys you can have a conversation with. So full of enthusiasm and kind of affectionate guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And also very professional in the way he carries himself.
Sure.
Oh, Ibrahim, what a save! What a save that was!
Oh, there's an Instagram moment right there.
Definitely, yeah. Wow. Ibrahim Noureddin, hats off. We were just saying that you're a professional, and there you just shown it. Let's see, here's a replay.
Oh,
just
yeah, you couldn't watch this too often.
Oh, he's completely off the seat.
And he's looking around. I mean, just, you know, the awareness, the skill, everything you can see there.
And he was so calm about it as well. Yeah. Fantastic. Also, congrats to Ibrahim's brother, Adam Noureddin. Just, another moment there. Yeah, congrats to Ibrahim's brother, Adam Noureddin. He's just been promoted to the World Superbike class for the next season. So, movement's all about from the Asian riders that we've had here in the Asia Road Racing Championship.
Absolutely, yeah. There's Andy Fadley there running behind Kito Abe, with Ibrahim on the back of that trio.
I'm just wondering whether the soft tire is just not running too well around the surface currently. Maybe it's giving too much grip on the loose surface or something.
I mean, it looks quite abrasive. A couple of times yesterday, I kind of looked at it, rubbed my hand over it, knelt on it, and thought, it hurts a bit to kneel on it. It's quite abrasive.
Whoa, it's another moment there for Ibrahim. He just slide the wrist, sliding away.
So there'll be a bit of feedback going to the pits after this session is done.
There's one thing I have observed though. Ibrahim's setup is quite soft. You can see his bike is just bouncing around, so maybe they need to switch up the suspension setup, maybe make it a bit stiffer. I would imagine the only reason for running it soft is because of the bumps that we have around. So, that's Shajin Tong
in the gravel. Yeah, soft rear for him. Kito Abe down in 11th, but only 0.9 of a second off the fastest time, and looking characteristically aggressive as he completes another lap.
He improves by the slightest of margins there. Now, Panason, he's just gone up into 11th. Now, looking at the timing, in 11th is 0.69 away from the top. That's how close we have it now.
Yeah.
And actually, Ibrahim, even though he had a big moment there on the exit, has just improved up into 7th, 0.538 away from Kip. Unbelievable. Look at that, a pop of the wheelie. And he's actually closing down onto Kito now. He's dropped Andy Fadley.
He's enjoying himself, Ibrahim, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
And that bodes well for him anyway, not for the competition.
He's really on it. I think this will be another good lap coming in from Ibrahim. And again, now suddenly it's just gotten really hot and sunny. Oh, look at that. Ibrahim aggressive as ever. Yamaha's all running similar tire setups. Would not be surprised at all if they just shared data with each other and thought that maybe the softs would be the right choice right now. Kito now under pressure from Ibrahim. I think at any moment now Ibrahim will blitz past Kito. It's amazing. The top 11 gapped by under 0.7 second. This is the closest we've seen the 11 riders in the Super Sports 600 class.
Yeah, I mean, it is always close. There goes Ibrahim. He got good drive out of the final turn. And his pace was looking better than Kito's anyway.
Lost his left foot, came off the foot peg there around turn 1.
So keep your eye on him because it's entertaining.
Ratapong as well, he's improved well. He's in 9th, 0.607 away from Kip.
Yeah, he set that time quite early in the session. But yeah, big improvement from Ratapong. This really bodes well as Ibrahim gets out of shape again in turn 11. Here comes Nakarina Tirapuvapat, followed by Kritchaporn, and followed by Jia Yingfeng coming out with 8 minutes remaining on the clock. So an outlap for the two Honda Racing Thailand riders. Nakarin currently in 4th, behind Shajin Tong, who we just saw take a gravelly excursion. And no movement recently from Soichiro Minamoto, who remains in a pretty decent P5.
There's 200 Thai riders They're doing a good job. Currently Panasonic 11th, 0.690 now. 11th sounds far away, but 0.690 away from the top is not far at all.
Yeah, that's right. Again, we look at the obvious heat that's in the track at the moment. Daniel, you've been outside. What do you reckon, estimate the track temperature would be now?
I would imagine, because under the shade it's not that warm, so probably around 45. Can't imagine it being above 50. It's definitely nowhere near the heat we've had in Mandalika or Sepang.
Sure, sure.
So wouldn't be surprised actually if it's even in just the upper 30s, maybe 38, 39.
So,
hard to tell.
So it's an okay working temperature, yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to drop down and ask the Dunlop guys what they've measured so far. Yeah, this has been a really impressive round from everyone on the grid here in the Supersport 600. All the way down to Jia Yifeng in 13th, only 1.018 away from the top.
Yeah, that's it. Adananta hasn't, well, he had that early crash, so he's further down than he might be, but in a normal condition he would be somewhere bunched up in that sort of 0.7, 0.8 range of the fastest lap. Macarin pushing on now with 6 minutes remaining. Panasonic hanging on to him. Just trying to see, well, I think their helmet designs are identical, but let's take a look. I do believe those helmet designs are identical. Of course, the bike designs are identical. So, luckily, they've got lovely big white numbers on the front. Azroy just 0.07 of a second behind the best time of Khalid Mpawi.
Panasonic has just gone up into 7th now. Improves up 0.518 away from Kip.
Good from him.
Is Lin Jifei. I believe the Seoul Kawasaki. Oh, that is Ratapong's bike, I think.
No, I think that's Fadley's.
Andy Fadley, yeah, sorry.
Oh, the marshals are well prepared. Look with the straps.
It's tough work there,
Oh,
pulling
yeah.
through.
I think I'd rather be here. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's Kip now with a fairing that's not causing any drag anymore for him. So let's see what he's going to do. I think he might be on a test to see what he can do in qualifying. And definitely he knows he has the pace already in a normal run.
Yeah, there will be some changes, I think, to the order in these last few minutes. Another complete lap for Kip. And he remains at the top. But that was another lap in the 138s. Azroy and Helmy running together. Just a few bike lengths back from Kip. Helmy quietly, it feels like we've spoken more about Azroy and Kip, but Helmy running in a very decent third, just 0.18 of a second behind Kip's time. And as they did in the first free practice session, they're locking out the top 3 places. Oh no, sorry, Nakarin upset the order right at the end in the last session. Yeah.
Lin Jifei now, he's improved as well. He's under 2 seconds away from the top now. He went back to pit lane, I think made some adjustments, came back out, and now he's finding his way around faster.
He's within 2 seconds of Khalid Mpawi. That's decent. And I mean, if you watch Lin Jifei on the bike, he looks happy. He looks confident the way he's handling that bike. It's really good to see.
Definitely, it's a great showing from the wildcards, and it's really good session from everyone. Kito Abe as well, reducing the gap, 0.880 now. Keeps his come across, but hasn't improved his lap time yet. So we have about a minute, just over a minute and a half. I think Kip will have one more lap after this one.
Yeah, 1:38. So yeah.
The two Thai Hondas are really working well together. The work between Nakarin and Panason, they're helping each other very well. They're not battling with each other, just letting Nakarin set the pace up front and Panason to chase behind.
Yeah, that's good. Panason, he's a quick rider, but he does need to take another step up. Soichiro Minamoto, relatively quiet. We haven't seen Ibrahim for a while, but we're grateful for the entertainment that he's given us in this session.
This group that we have here is so tightly packed. If you're just half a second away right now, you'd be placed nearly 10th, somewhere around 9th or 8th. It just shows the quality of all the riders that we have, and yeah, the regulations have really ensured that the bikes are very well balanced. You can see here today, this is truly a great example of that. Of course, we have the three Hondas at the top, but we got Sha Jun-tong with Victor Racing splitting up the Honda party.
Yep, fastest Yamaha. How about that?
That's a big credit. Sha Jun-tong and Victor Racing, fastest Yamahas.
Faster than Soichiro Minamoto.
And Ibrahim Noureddin.
Yeah.
It's a huge session for Victor Racing and Sha Jun-tong. Very impressive. Panason just at the end there, getting ahead of Nakarin. Moving up to 5th, pushing Nakarin down to 6th.
Oh, and there's Helmi in the gravel. Looks like he's dragged a bit of grass along with him as well.
Oh, very smart by Helmi to get off the bike and then push it off.
That's it.
Does that mean that he was thinking well, or was it just that he's familiar with the situation?
I think it's smart. Let's give him the
credit, yeah. Checker flags out now for the ARRC Supersport 600. Just have a few more riders who have to make their way across the start-finish line. Oh, Adinanto Putra actually improved right at the end. 1.079 away from
Yeah, it's
Kip.
good he got back on and was able to, get almost within a second. Good work.
Another noteworthy thing to look at is Ratapong. Only 3 laps and he was 0.607 away from Kip.
It's a shame he only did 3 laps though. So there are the trees, and that means here come the results, and to confirm, Karol Idampawi once again in Supersport 600 in this free practice 2 session, 138.156 at the top, ahead of teammate Azroy Hakim Anwar, ahead of his other teammate Helmi Asman, ahead of the magnificent Sha Jun-tong for Victor Racing MLT Yamaha. Panason Kawsonti was next, ahead of his teammate Nakarin Tirapuvapat. Soichiro Minamoto in 7th and Ibrahim Noureddin 8th. Andy Fadley, just less than 6/10 off the best time, was in 9th. Ratapong Willarot, as Daniel said, with just those 3 laps in 10th. 11th Gawang Hendra, 12th Kito Abe, 13th Jayung Fong, 14th Adinanto Putra, and 15th Lin Jifei for Kawasaki Silver Steed Racing Team. And Zhou Fenglong also for Silver Steed in 16th. He put in a 140.838. So it's lunch break now. Okay, so we're going to take a lunch break now, and we will be back in 1 hour with the next free practice session, which will be for the ASB 1000 class. This is day one, it's free practice day for round 5 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you after lunch.